MCG of the East. Welcome to Walker Park for today's Division 1 clash between Mitcham and Park Orchards. Round 9 action. The reigning premiers, the Tigers, in some good form coming into this clash, taking on a side that has been fantastic in season 2024. Coming into Division 1, Park Orchards 8-0 entering this contest. So we've got a massive game ahead, all on Radio Eastland 98.1 FM and our Facebook and YouTube streams from 2:20. But before then, we'll jump into a bit of pre-game talk. We'll have Rod Faulkner, the president of the Park Orchards Football Club, and Neil Winton, the senior coach of the Mitcham Football Club, to join us shortly. I'm Ryan Long. Thanks for joining us in the box at the moment with Jared Beanland and Jono Venn. Jono, first or second pre-game for the season board with a massive game ahead this afternoon.
Indeed, very much looking forward to it. And it was very intriguing looking through the facts and figures leading into today's game. I think it will be definitely a fascinating one. It'll either be a Mitcham win by not too much or a Park Orchards win by a lot, as the latter so indicates with the percentages. So it's going to be an interesting one, but looking forward to it nonetheless.
Sounds great. And Jared Beanland, as always, he's looking fresh today. He's had the haircut done. Sides are looking very nice. I think this is the best look I've seen you have for since I've probably known you.
Well, I knew the camera would be on. I knew it'd be on pre-game, so I figured why not get fresh for it? But of course, g'day to all the listeners and to everyone in the box. I've been looking forward to this game for quite a while now. It's reigning premiers in the division, of course, up against an undefeated side. Both have very attractive brands of footy. I'm looking forward to a banger of a match today.
Of course, for those listening on Radio Eastern FM and not watching the broadcast this afternoon, we may inadvertently block Jared's magnificent head. So we apologise to those people out there watching the coverage.
Absolutely fantastic to be out here. It's always one of my favourite places to come. We do have the president coming now from Park Orchards to join us in just a moment, but. The MCG of these, it's a great ground. The atmosphere is fantastic here. Bit of a cauldron-like when it comes to finals, obviously with the Division 2 grand finals happening here at the moment. Sure to pack in a good crowd today with Park Orchards being a great side to follow around, as we are joined by the president of the Park Orchards Football Club, Rod Faulkner. Rod, thanks for joining us. What is a massive game ahead?
It's a pleasure to be here. It is a big game. It's a great game. And who doesn't love football on a day like today?
Absolutely right. We've had a bit of rain, a sun, bit of everything this afternoon. But the club itself has adapted so well coming down to Division 1. We saw the boys play a couple of weeks ago and probably wasn't their best game, but still managed to take away the 4 points and coming into this 8-0, ready for another challenge up against the reigning premiers.
Without a doubt. It's an exciting day for the football club and for football as a general. We've come down from Premier Division to Division 1, and we're definitely probably we are definitely in a rebuild. We're definitely looking to grow and develop as a club. Each day it creates new learnings, and every week we learn and we grow. And as a club that is so young, we are only 14 years old as a club. We are continually growing. And that's in all stages of our football, from on ground, from our leadership, from our volunteers to our past players. We've only been around for 14 years and we're always trying to grow and develop and be better.
It's definitely going to be the point of discussion. You are undefeated this year and you do speak on the learnings. Describe some of those for us, because obviously when you're absolutely flying, what sort of pros and cons do you take from those moments?
Well, from a very start, we're under a new coach this year. So from a developing point from our players, a lot of our players are still learning how we go about how we play this year. And there's when you talk about learnings, you talk about what we used to do and how we have done under our previous coach, Dennis, for the last 5 years, to what now Paris is implementing. So every week, whether it be on the training track or on the ground, there is learnings to take into it.
How great has been Paris coming to the club this season and working with what actually is a very young group. I mean, we've probably didn't realise that in the start of the season of just how young the majority of the group is. I think you said Prozanak might be the oldest, and he's probably about my age. He's not that old himself. So it's a very good young group that are only going to get better under Paris.
Exactly right, and that's the way we learn. Yes, Proza, and I tip my hat to Prosser. He is the oldest player in the team at a grand old age of 27. So when you look at our playing group as a whole, as you say, the core group will probably play 5, 6, 8 years together moving forward. So there is a lot of time when you talk about growth and development and learning. There's a lot to come under, and Paris is that perfect person to educate our group and start putting in good implementations of growth.
One of the features of Park Orchards as a football club that I've noticed is the very strong junior program, along with the under-19s and such. Having a flick through the teams, the players on the list today, most of them, they've not been anywhere else. They've come up through the juniors, and they continue to play together. What makes Park Orchards such an attractive place to stay? Why is it holding so many of its players through juniors?
I think first and foremost, we are community. We are a close-knit community, and we look to our junior club as firstly a great feeder. And when you talk points and things like that in game day, it doesn't really come into consideration with us because we probably sit at 24, 25, 26 points. But we have a very good pathways program in place with the junior club, and we constantly are trying to grow and develop that even further. This week alone, we've had a number of our senior players go and train and work alongside a lot of our junior club teams. So and that's men's and women's. So there's a lot of opportunity for, exposure to that senior club from a junior point of view, and we're constantly trying to grow and develop that.
And what role does geography play a part? Because Park Orchards, we went up there a couple of weeks ago. It's very leafy, very green, but that doesn't necessarily lend itself to a high population of people. So how do the demographics play into Park Orchards as a football club that you're able to develop really strongly, but within an area that is perhaps lower populated?
Yeah, well, you definitely don't get a playing group for an acre blockage. So, a lot of it comes down to our local schools. We've got 2 very known local schools in our Park Orchards Primary and also St Anne's, and a lot of our emphasis around our football and our growth of our junior club comes through that program. From a community, we're a very inclusive club. We like to see people enjoy sport as a whole, and we are trying to implement as much inclusivity as possible to grow that and harbour that and develop that as a community. And we do emphasise the importance of community and participation. To run as a senior club and go back to that points system, we probably run at about early 70% of junior club development feeding through our senior team.
Speaking of community, of course, we tend to touch a lot on women's matches around when you've got a team with both men's and women's teams, and obviously Park Orchards, with the age of your club, obviously it's a big community spirit where you guys are based. Could you just touch on the relationship between the myriad of clubs that play within the side?
Well, this year we've still only got our 1 senior women's team, but that's grown into, again, we're starting to see the development and the growth of that junior women's program starting to come through our senior program. So as a team last year, where we only had basically minimum numbers for game day, now we've got some development and some growth through numbers through our junior program, and that's also similar to our netball program. 3 years ago we only had 1 team. 2 years ago we had 3 teams. This year we've got 5 teams. So it's important that we as a club honour and fester that growth. And I think with our women's program that we have in place, headed up by Vicky Knight, I think there's a great opportunity to continually still grow and look to any opportunity for people that want to get involved on any skill level.
It's great.
Come around and play a part and be a part of a great club, because as I said, and I constantly do say it, about the community spirit that we do hold, and we're open to helping anybody that wants to play a part, or just come and have a kick at the footy on Saturday.
It's been fantastic.
That's what it's all about, and that's what community sport is all about.
100%. And then touching on the senior side, how did you sort of see coming into Premier Division for a couple of seasons and then coming back to Division 1, getting that taste of Premier Division football and seeing what it does take to win at that level and then stay at that level as well? What are some of those learnings that you've been able to take coming into Division 1? And then if you do get the opportunity in the next couple of years to come back up, that you'll certainly look at?
I think first and foremost, what we say internally is we are a Premier Division club playing in Division 1, and that's a standard we want to set. That's not just on the field, that's as a club as a whole. So we hold a certain level of standard that we like to uphold. So from a playing group, we had our little taste with Paris and our new coaching program that we put in place this year and for years to come. It's about education, and it's about layering our playing group to constantly get better and constantly try and evolve. So if that time does eventually present itself where we do get that opportunity to go back to Premier Division, we're ready for it.
Absolutely. And then just on your opponent today, before we let you go, the reigning premiers last year, they've started to find some form in recent weeks, but every big task you've had this season, you've been able to come up on and finish on top. So the boys must look forward to these sort of games, because it really does set yourself up against the other best sides in the competition.
Well, as a past footballer, who doesn't like to take on the reigning premiers? Mm-hmm. And I think it's a great challenge for both teams. You know, I think both teams are sort of still growing and developing as teams. We've all suffered our injuries so far, and we'll continue to suffer our injuries. And to what we've actually got on the ground today, may the best team win. I think it's going to be a cracking game, and you know, hopefully the weather holds out for us all. Fingers crossed, and good luck to both teams.
Fantastic. Awesome. Rod Faulkner, the president of the Park Orchards Football Club. Thanks for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you on board. Pleasure to see the side again. They are flying at the moment. All the best this afternoon.
Thanks, boys. Have a great day.
Much appreciated there. The president of the Park Orchards Football Club. And as we said, they are flying at the moment. 8-0 coming into this season, into this round 9 clash against the reigning premiers of Mitcham. So I think he's right. I think that we're in for a massive afternoon. And he makes some good points with the youth that they have going at the moment. Very similar to Mitcham, I think. They actually probably similar boat where they've been able to build off the juniors to come into the senior side, and Park Orchard have done that very well. As a Mitcham, you know, a lot of those guys, they haven't been a heavy recruiting sort of side like a South Belgrave in recent times. They've had these players for quite a while, and as you can see at the moment in the middle, got a couple of players from the Eastern Rangers. Jack Baldwin coming back inside. Porter, I believe, is only 16 or 17 playing his senior debut, I believe this afternoon.
You mentioned him earlier, didn't you, when we were speaking actually before this broadcast. I was going to say pre-game, but here we are.
Pre-game,
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, 100%. So looking forward to that.
It's interesting sort of like hearing Rob speak about Park Orchards as a football club and whether or not sort of, I mean, different templates for football clubs will work for different locations and demographics and such. But I really do admire the way Park Orchards have grown, and it is sort of like the ideal template that a football club would have, that you getting this strong feeder program of juniors into your team, because then you've got senior players who have been playing together for years, and that chemistry it can't be replicated by recruiting and throwing money at players.
Yeah, you're right. So very much looking forward to this clash this afternoon. Let's have a look around the grounds. Neil Winton will join us about 1:30, 1:40, so we'll keep an eye on that when he makes his way up the grandstand here out at Walker Park. But some of the games going on around the grounds today, we'll touch on Premier Division first. Baldwin and Noble Park have the week off. They'll be playing off next week in the annual King's Birthday weekend clash, which will be out there at the Bull Ring. But today, I think there's two big games in Premier Division. There's Blackburn versus Doncaster East and Roval versus East Ringwood. Let's touch on Blackburn Doncaster East first, Jared. Yep. I think Blackburn will probably come in as heavy favourites, but it's just important in the context of the season, because if the Burners do knock off the Lions, and a Lions side that we said at the start of the season could be a premiership contender, there'll be a 3-game gap. You'll be 2-6 for Doncaster East if that's the case, and I don't think there's any way of coming back from that, even to pinch a final spot. Because Blackburn, as I said, 3 games ahead, and Vermont, assuming they beat Norwood today, that's a massive gap and percentage too. So it's almost, I think it's season on the line for him today.
Absolutely. To borrow one from Matt Fodia, it's a quasi-elimination final for Doncaster East. It's lights out if they drop this one. And it's hard to see them get up after what we saw from them last week against Rowville, against the Blackburn side, who are coming off the most impressive win of the year for themselves against Noble Park. That was a resounding victory and against a team that we thought might be there or thereabouts this year. Doncaster East, it's just been about continuity, and it's really tricky when you do have the injuries that you do. On paper, their list, they've got stars on each line, but when you're not playing together, a lot of them are out, and when you're not playing together, regardless, it's a really tricky one. And their reserves team has not been performing particularly well this year, as far as I know, I find it tricky to see whether or not they'll actually get up against Blackburn, Jono.
And when you look at the tail of the tape, obviously you've got some, I guess, small to medium losses with Doncaster East, and then of course you've got some really huge wins with Blackburn. So it's probably a sign of things to come, given all the factors that we've mentioned so far. So yeah, Blackburn will probably get this done in a big way, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. I think they'll win comfortably.
Sam Hart
returns.
Yep.
Jake Hammond in some terrific form back this season. Billy Hicks kicked 7 goals last week. That's very impressive. And although their form at Moreton Park has actually probably been a bit poorer than it has been away, they've been a really good away side this season. But on paper, with the lists at the moment with Doncaster East outs, including Tim O'Brien, who I believe that was a hamstring issue last week, Blackburn probably should win that game. Rowville East Ringwood's the other big one, and we talked on the podcast yesterday about some of the inclusions that East Ringwood have had, including Sam Lowson, who is just a massive pick this week, to get him back in the side. And as for Rowville, they've had to make a couple of changes with Shook and Schoenmakers out. So despite how good they were last week and how good they've been every time we've seen them play, Jared, they'll probably come in as the underdogs at home against an East Ringwood side, which probably looks at its best with also Trey Bennell back in the lineup, as well as Dylan Beelo.
That was another one indeed, or another couple in fact. East Ringwood, they always have options up forward. In each of their games, they've got Jamie Bennell, of course. Josh Fox is in some great form, and adding Sam Lowson to the mix, it's going to be very tricky for Rowville to contain that sort of firepower up forward. I wouldn't be too shocked at a Rowville win, but I did tip East Ringwood yesterday on the podcast. I have to stick with it. What are your thoughts on this one, Jono?
Sorry, if we could go to our resident Rowville specialist in Ray Baird.
We can call him up if you like.
Absolutely. Well, yeah. I don't know what I'd expect to if he did call us, but no. Look, I mean, based on what his thoughts are on this one, he reckons that out at Seabeck that the rain has really set in. I mean, look, if we're looking at this, obviously, in comparison to Rowville, which is a little while away from here, obviously. Hopefully, the ground does sort of dry up. The clouds do look like they're sort of opening up. So, on that basis, he was sort of predicting a low-scoring game, and that's probably how Rowville might be able to stay in this one. Would you agree with that, Jared?
It's interesting because on the back of the strong forward line that East Ringwood do have, I agree, but also, you have to consider Rowville's playing style, which is very dependent on moving the ball quickly, very precise, not necessarily short chipping options, but just that sort of like quick fire, get it down the ground very quickly.
So if they can't do that, then
it's going to be very tricky for them.
Difficult,
But having said that, they can switch gears, and we saw how they did against Doncaster East. They were able to put a lot of pressure on the stoppages, and maybe that's the sort of way that they'll need to play, is a very sort of stoppage-heavy game where they're just out-muscling their opponents. It's going to be an interesting midfield battle, Ryan.
Certainly right. I couldn't agree more. Having a look at the Oracle's tips, so if you first joined us for the first time this afternoon, we do have someone called the Oracle who sends me their tips
via the X-Files theme song.
Yes, each week, and I've got no idea who it is or who they are. But having a look at Premier Division, the other two games they've got, obviously South Croydon play Berwick, and then Vermont head to Mullen Reserve to play Norwood. And as we expected, the Oracle has tipped both South Croydon and Vermont to win those games. Also has Blackburn defeating Doncaster East by 40, and East Ringwood to get across the line over Roval in a pretty high-scoring game. I don't think it will be as high-scoring as that due potentially to the ground and the weather out there, but we'll see how that all plays out later today.
Again, just briefly on indulgence is probably the Sam Liassen factor, isn't it? In that score, it is a bit intriguing, but nonetheless, it does make a bit of sense.
100%. So let's jump into Division 1 now. Obviously, this is the big game. The Oracle has this. If we get this game, I'll be pretty happy. 105 to 107.
Oh.
Park Orchard's winning by 2 points. If we get that sort of high-scoring, close game, that will make me a very happy man. I don't know if it will be like that as such, but the other games, I think you probably does tip themselves almost. Montrose against Wanturna South, which the Oracle has Wanturna South winning. I'd be very surprised
wow.
in that case.
Blake Tennant's going to really want to find out who the Oracle is now.
That rules Blake out as the Oracle. Wanturna South, no Lincoln.
Actually, no, I wouldn't write it off.
No Lincoln Wong. Probably one of their superstars in not just recent times, but in the last decade or so, and he's out for the rest of the season. Off to Europe, I believe. So that's a big loss for them, and they're already struggling at the moment. They put in a very competitive performance last week against Mooroolbark, but I'd be shocked to see if they knock off Montrose here, who just need to keep winning before they play a couple of the top sides in future weeks. Bayswater play Beaconsfield. I actually think Bayswater just a tiny bit of a sniff, and I'll probably be laughed at for that one. I just think their best footy, as we saw in the Park Orchards game, can compete with most sides. They were very competitive against Park Orchards. When they drop off, sides can score quickly on them and really break away. So we really have to see that four-quarter performance from them, which they didn't give last week against South Belgrave. Got to start quick and be able to hold the lead, but I think you're not buying into that. And with Beaconsfield, I just think Brandon White, the loss of him in recent weeks, that's a massive loss. He's probably one of the top 5 players in this division, without a doubt.
One of the most important players to any club, Brandon White. Look, I am buying into it a little bit. I was looking at the footage in preparation for this game, the Mitcham versus Beaconsfield clash, and the way that Mitcham were able to limit Beaconsfield's scoring, it was consistent forward line pressure. Essentially, there was very little exit room for Beaconsfield out of that back 50. Whether or not Bayswater are able to do that, I mean, we saw that for periods of time against Park Orchards when we were there. They weren't able to sustain it for the whole game, but if they're able to focus that energy and able to sustain that sort of intense gameplay, then they are definitely a sniff at Beaconsfield, against Beaconsfield, especially at their home ground of Bayswater.
I think when we're talking about this, the word is definitely the sniff, obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously, Baysy, they're one of the few sides to beat Mitcham, obviously. So they've sort of got that going for them, and I think the Oracle agrees.
It does actually have Bayswater winning by a goal.
Wow.
So, again, pretty close round according to the Oracle, with 3 games decided by less than a goal. The other 2 games happening around the grounds in Division 1. Mooroolbark played Doncaster and North Ringwood play South Belgrave. The boys on the podcast yesterday, Jared, were really hyping up North Ringwood and their chances. Do you base last week's performance against Montrose, which was a really good effort for 4 quarters? They stuck with them, had the lead until late in that game, where I think it was potentially a Galbraith goal or something at the end that got it over the line. Other than that, it was a very competitive game. Fenton was really good. With some of their outs, Harry Flynn's a big loss. Robbie Nahas still doesn't return to the side yet.
Jack Whelan's still out.
So for me, I think South Belgrave, they're probably just going under the radar a little bit. I think they win this comfortably, 5 or 6 goals.
I wouldn't be surprised at that, but you look at North Ringwood's form against the top sides, and they have only lost to Park Orchards, Beaconsfield, Montrose, of course, by under 10 points each time. It sort of makes you think that they're due a win against one of these top sides, just based on the quality of that and the fact that it is at Quamby as well. I understand what you're saying, Ryan, in terms of being a bit more bullish on South Belgrave for sure.
I just go back a couple of weeks ago to this ground, Jono, where Mitcham opened them up.
Yeah.
So when a good side will get on top of them, they'll get on top.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I mean, It is probably the Saints' game to win here. I just think, as we said, a lot of
both Saints.
You made that mistake of the podcast.
You can say
what
that.
have I just done?
You can say that and get away with it, no matter what. You're right either way.
Yeah, actually, that's not the only thing I can say and get away with it. But anyway, that's for another.
I've got no idea what you're on about.
Fair enough. No, but look. Okay, well, at least when it comes to this game, at least the Saints will win, or it's going to be a draw.
Great.
So.
And the Oracle has the Saints of
the boys.
South Belgrave to win by 24 points. So we'll certainly see how that game progresses across the afternoon. The Oracle also has Murubak to beat Doncaster, which they're probably in the best form at the moment. But we do have the senior coach of the Mitcham Football Club joining us now, Neil Winterton. Neil, it's great to have you on board for the pre-game show. The side looking a lot better in recent weeks, a little bit more consolidated and finding some good form.
Yeah, we obviously had a bit of a slow start to the season, it's fair to say. Certainly weren't playing our best footy, but yeah, I think over the last probably 3 or so weeks we've started to click into gear.
Absolutely. Is that probably just the lineup and just having a bit more settled? I know Josh May comes out, who was a big factor coming back in the last couple of weeks after Coburg. But other than that, you obviously do have a couple of the younger guys coming back in. Jack Baldwin, I think Porter is at his first game at senior level.
It is, yeah.
What can we sort of expect from those guys?
Excuse me. Yeah, good to have Jack in. He played a couple of games early in the year for us when the Rangers had a break, so he just uses the footy really well, really smart player. And Mace, his role's changed a bit at Eastern Rangers the last few weeks. He's played down back, so that's where we'll play him today. He's just attacks the footy really hard. He's just a hard body. He's only 16 and he looks like he's about 25. Wow. So I'm looking forward to seeing him. And as you said, it's just been on the back of getting some key players, some key pillars, mainly down back. We were pretty stretched down back early on, and just to be a little bit more settled has certainly helped the last few weeks.
We've spoken about the slow start to the season. Obviously now you've sort of hit your straps, which is great. But how did you overcome that early slump in the season? Yeah,
it was difficult because we thought we put in a really good pre-season. We were sort of scratching our heads a little bit early. Whether it was, is there such a thing as a premiership hangover? I don't really know. Maybe it was a little bit of that. Maybe we're a little bit complacent. And
in the AFL, perhaps.
Yeah, in the AFL there is perhaps. It's a bit unusual, I suppose, for our division anyway, that you win the premiership and stay in the same division. I know that happens in Premier, but it's something that a lot of our guys have never experienced. So I don't know whether they were just sort of projecting forward and waiting till the finals without realising we actually have to play and win games of footy to get there. It's hard to say, but there's definitely been an uptick in intensity on the training track and certainly out on the ground. So, I mean, you get what you deserve in footy, and we didn't deserve to win early, and we've lifted our work rate, and we've been getting the results lately.
So we spoke to Park Orchard's president in Rod, and obviously with a side that's 8-0, they've still learnt some things. But in terms of what you've learnt so far this season and going into a game with against a team that hasn't lost one, where do you stand and how can the team get the win today?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you in about 2.5 hours where we stand.
That's very true.
Yeah. Well, it's a great opportunity for us because, we have been playing well the last couple of weeks, but certainly Park Orchards have set the standard this year, obviously being undefeated, and they're obviously new to the competition, which is good as well because when you're playing the same teams year after year, you get to know them pretty well, and we haven't played Park Orchards for a long time, so we're still sort of feeling our way with them. Obviously looked at quite a bit of vision, but it's going to be a really big challenge. They move the ball really, really quickly. Obviously got some super quality players, so we're going to have to be on our game to beat them today.
Throughout last year, you had a few lapses in games, and in the interview we did at the start of the year, you mentioned that was something that you wanted to fix up a little bit.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you've had a complete game so far this year?
No coach will ever say they've ever had a complete
game.
No, we haven't, to be honest. Like our last few weeks, we've put the foot down in the third quarter and been really effective there. But we're yet to string together 4 quarters. But to be honest, I don't think it's any. I think that's just a reflection of the evenness of the competition. You're not going to come out and dominate for 4 quarters. So we're always striving to do that. But is it realistic to come out and dominate for 4 quarters? I doubt it is. It's just about making sure that when you have your downs, that you don't give up 4 or 5 goals and and that really hurt you. So, yeah, and we did that early on in the season against South Belgrave and Montrose in the last quarter. We allowed them to kick 4 or 5 goals in a row. We did it to Mooroolbark as well in round 2. So we've been able to stop that trend the last few days. But, yeah, we need to make sure, because Park Orchards are obviously a very high-scoring team and can stack up the goals pretty quickly. We've got to make sure we don't allow them to do that today.
And on some of the recruits as well this year, we've got Barnes, Maguire, Conlon playing all today. There might have been perhaps a couple that I missed from the list. But how have they been fitting in into Mitcham's playing style, into the culture, into your vision for how the Tigers go out and play?
Yeah, really well. I think early on too, like Flynn Maguire and Jack Conlon have changed the roles that we had early on in the season for them. Like Jack was playing forward, he's now playing up on a wing and doing that really effectively. Flynn was playing on a wing and is now playing down back and again doing that really effectively. So I think sort of feeling everybody out and getting everybody into their right roles, I think that's the reason we've been able to play a bit better footy, and those two guys have been a big part of that. And Nat Barnes, getting him across from Blackburn, I think he played about 10 or 11 games in the seniors last year for Blackburn, who played finals in Premier, so that means he can obviously play pretty well. And I think he's only 21 or something, so he's still got his best footy in front of him. And he's just given us another body and a quality player at that to put through the midfield. And I think you'll see him have a big day today.
And we always mention him, but Jesse Uren, obviously a massive start to the season, and he's not just playing his role in the midfield, he's adding to the scoreboard as well. So
he likes going inside forward 50 at every opportunity. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, but how have you seen his season?
He's been good. Outstanding. Yeah, but he works really, really hard on his games, Jess. He's our captain as well, has been for the last few years, along with Jackson Glossop, who's unfortunately out at the moment. But he's had a big pre-season, did a pre-season down at Frankston. Unfortunately didn't make their list, but that's really held him in good stead. Just really, really smart. Like, if you looked at him, he's not overly big or strong, and he's probably one of the slowest blokes in our list, but he's just so smart with his running patterns and using the footy, and he definitely knows where the goals are.
Absolutely. And then Jake up forward this season as well, having him full time makes a big difference.
100%.
A couple of weeks ago kicked 6 and 5 the week before, so starting to find some good form too.
Yeah, he is. He was probably a little bit of a victim of our poor start to the year. Our entries inside forward 50 were doing him no favours, but we've been able to clean that up. And when he's given space, he's such a difficult matchup for the opposition, because he's really good in the air, but once the ball hits the ground, he's as agile as anybody out on the ground.
And speaking about Parenti, you mentioned in our interview as well, you had a bit of trouble fitting in a bloke called Nathan Crampton into the side, and now they're both playing together. So how has Nathan been able to carve his place out with Jake now returning full time?
Yeah, no, he's had a really good start to the year, Pidge. He plays more sort of forward mid. I think I mentioned to you he'd been really good in the practice games, and he's followed that form on. He's been able to hit the scoreboard as well. So he's an important player for us, because he can go through the midfield, but he's also very dangerous inside forward 50, and just a really neat user of the footy. He doesn't really waste the ball when he gets his hands on it.
Neil, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on board for the pre-game. We'll let you go. Big game ahead against the undefeated Sharks. Great to be able to see the Tigers again. All the best this afternoon.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Neil Winden, the senior coach of the Mitcham Football Club, has done a great job. Obviously, the premiership coach from last season. So, and as well, I think he's 3 flags at the Tigers. Done a fantastic job with the club. Big day for Mitcham before we go to an ad break. Premiership past players on lunch at the moment for the 1974 under-17s grand final, as well the 1984 reserves premiership. So it'll be good to see all of them behind or under the scoreboard out there in the Mitcham Past Players and Officials Association. The old school scoreboard, they always gather around there. I've spent a couple of afternoons back in the day under that scoreboard. It's a nice place to watch the footy. Very vocal from that pocket of the ground. I
would suppose you can't gather under the new one, although I don't know how many times we mentioned it this morning on the women's match of the round, but it looks absolutely fantastic. And come finals, I reckon we can do a thing or two.
Oh, absolutely.
As well, which will be really nice.
My favourite place to come to.
Yeah, out of all the grounds in the league, I reckon this is one of the ones with the best atmosphere. I've had a couple of games down on the boundary line here, and the noise just it reaches pitch level. Yeah, exactly, and it really adds to the experience.
I think maybe the Mitcham Footy Club and indeed Cricket Club might actually just say to council, hey, can we just change the name of Walker Park to Mitcham Cricket Ground? Because then they can actually say, welcome to the MCG.
MCG of the East. We're going to take a break now.
You will not get GMAC to shut up.
We'll take a break now for the Eastland match of the round. We'll be back to cover all the games around the grounds before we get stuck into this one. Division 1 footy, Mitcham and Park Orchards.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the pre-game of the Eastland match of the round out here at Walker Park between Mitcham and Park Orchards. Big Division 1 clash. It's first versus third. Reigning premiers versus the undefeated Sharks. A lot to look forward to this afternoon. We'll get into that game shortly. Currently at the moment we're going through the games around the grounds. Out here in the reserves, it's the Tigers 8-7-55 to Park Orchards 3-10-28. Tigers reserve side doing well. A couple of grand final appearances in the last couple of years for them. Pretty successful depth that they've had at the club. We looked at divisions, Premier Division and Division 1 around the grounds this afternoon. Let's jump into Division 2, a couple of games to have a look at. An interesting one out at Templestowe Reserve, Jono. Templestowe taking on Mulgrave. It's going to be tough for the Lions because they're without Connor Tilliard, without Lin Jong. I believe Adam Booth is still out at the moment. So some big losses for them in recent weeks. But their form is the best of the season that they've had. They've been able to string together some wins against high-quality opposition. So obviously the losses are big ones, but they'll go into this game with a bit of confidence off the back of the last couple of weeks.
I am fairly optimistic, and it's been a bit of an up and down ride for the Lions, that's for sure. But no, they've got a big chance to shine against a fairly good team as well in Tempe. So look, despite the outs, I reckon they'd be stirred by that. And as tough as it is, this is what they've had to deal with all season, right?
That's right.
So No, it's going to be a great game. I don't think it's got off to a very good start from out there for the Lions in terms of the reserves. I don't think they're winning at the moment, but unless they've got up. Sorry, I haven't checked the score, but
44-16 in favour of the Dockers.
Yeah, so there you go. So they're off to a flyer. The Dockers, there's no doubt about that. So they'd probably be looking at this, the seniors, and going, let's try and avoid that. But I think they've got a lot to play for. The Lions today, that's for sure.
Yeah, they do. And Templestowe, they frustrate me, Jared.
Yeah,
because
they do.
They've been wishy-washy. We know their best is good enough. They played off in a prelim last year. Really strong midfield. I know that there's a few people who worry about their scoring in recent weeks, but I mean, they can put on a score. Last week they hit the 100-point mark and were really strong with Alex Brown up forward, kicking the 4 goals. That is a long sign.
That was very...
I just cut my my
train of thought.
Train of thought. But I still think at their best they're a good final side. I don't think they're ready to talk about as a contender for the flag, but they're currently sitting 6th. So this is an important one for them. 8-point game. They lose this one. They just start to slip behind the 8 ball in terms of position on the ladder with the top 5 up for grabs.
Yeah, I don't really see a world in which both of these teams make the finals, unfortunately. I think your Ringwoods, Croydons and Waverley Blues are just a bit too strong. It will have to be one or the other fighting for that 5th spot. I think we mentioned on the podcast yesterday, it's going to be a midfield battle, and that's where it's probably going to be one very, very strong lineup in the midfield for Templestowe, and whether or not they can actually leverage that that strength when they go forward, it's going to be interesting to see. They've had their midfielders start kicking more goals. I think Cole Giovannini kicked a few last week, and there were another couple of names there. So, it's going to be tricky for Mulgrave to contain that midfield, but if they can, they will be able to put a score on the board, just given the way they've been scoring recently. It's been very good to see Mulgrave's rise to form over the past couple of weeks.
Tips on this one?
Oh gosh, look.
Well, I said Templestowe on the podcast yesterday, and I'll stick with that.
I mean, to be honest, obviously head says Templestowe, but heart says Mulgrave. I think both teams have got a big point to prove, but obviously the biggest wins that Tempe have had, against the likes of Lilydale last week, and then the base, and more further ahead in the timeline, obviously, and so it's not very much of a litmus test as to where they're at, with such big wins against low-ranking teams. Mulgrave, though, as I said, have got a lot to prove. So, look, I'm sure we'll all agree. If Mulgrave were to get the win this afternoon, it's very huge for them and shows the big things to come.
So is that your tip?
I
want an answer. I don't want
Mulgrave by half a point, all right? Let's just go with that.
John, the Oracle has Templestowe by a point, so you're pretty close to what the Oracle has here, 82-81.
I'm not him.
No, I don't, or her. We don't know who it is at the moment. Some of the other games, Ringwood played Boronia. I think we sort of skimmed over that pretty quickly. As good as Ringwood have been this season, disappointing last week to not get the points and start really slow, but I think Boronia comfortably with Josh Begley back in the side.
Oh, definitely. I would have said maybe with another couple of outs for Boronia, that could have tipped it into Ringwood's favour. I do reckon that they will know how to... they will know what needs to be done to beat Boronia. It's just about whether or not they can produce that sort of a performance.
Did defeat them last year by a point at Tormore, Jono, but I think it would be pretty... It's a pretty big ask to knock them off again.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think Boronia have had just a magnificent season. They'll get the chocolates today for sure.
Absolutely. As we move on in Division 2, Eastfield play Lilydale, Heathmont play Croydon, and the Basin play the Waverley Blues. I'm sure we'll all tip the Waverley Blues on that one. Heathmont Croydon, a little bit more interesting now, Jared, off the back of what Croydon have been able to, what Heathmont have been able to do last week to dismantle East Burwood and actually put a score on the board with Liam Malone kicking a few goals and having a few more avenues to goal. So much more impressive from them. In Croydon, they're struggling to find the goals as well. They've actually dropped off in terms of their points per game and their averages. And last week, I think, managed just the 5 goals off the top of my head. So they've got to find some form and find it quickly.
And they've got to find other avenues to goal that aren't just the two Rayleighs, Constantino and Britain as well, because that was the issue for them against Waverley Blues. But they are losing against good opposition. We know Mulgrave's in great form. We know Waverley Blues, they haven't really put a foot wrong this year, have Waverley. So it's just a question of like how good is Heathmont's best compared to Croydon's worst, and that gap still might be in Croydon's favour even if they're not in form. And I do still worry about the cohesion of Heathmont's team, given the amount of outs they had in the off-season, and whether or not the recruits that they do have, especially the cadre that they took down from Norwood, whether or not they're actually fitting into the game style that Scott Hamill's wanting them to play. It's yet to be seen.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for them to probably put together some consistent results, Jono. Once they do that, if they pull off an upset against Croydon, which I don't think it's beyond them, you can start to earn a bit more trust in the lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of Croydon, I was just going to mention they may still be a little bit shell-shocked after the 3-point loss to Mulgrave, which was just...
Gave up a lead too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was just incredible to see and to find out about, obviously. And then, of course, last week against the Blues, they had a tough outing. But to be honest, I mean, this is probably Croydon's to win. If they don't, I'd probably be a bit surprised, to be honest.
Yeah, I would too. So we'll keep an eye on that one. The Oracle has Croydon winning by 2 points. Has Lilydale to beat East Burwood by 14. I wouldn't put it past Lilydale, but East Burwood at home should bounce back, I think. Division 3, if you talk about probably a top 5 versus bottom 5 for the majority of this division this week, it sort of seems to go that way. Donvale take on Fair Park. Donvale will go in as heavy favourites there, still undefeated. I think it's about 25 in a row, potentially more. I saw a bit of an article on that during the week. They just continuously put away sides, averaging over 100 points per game. Too hard to stop. Ferntree Gully play Oakley District. The other end of the table where they're struggling to score, Ferntree Gully at Wally 2 Reserve, is the one ground that is the ranked 10th in scoring, and partly due to Ferntree Gully, maybe the ground itself as well, but the Gully are really struggling to find avenues to goal with a very young side. They're quite short across the ground. They play Oakley District, who haven't really impressed me in the opening 7 or 8 weeks of the season. Their win against Knox was really strong a couple of weeks ago, the 2-point win. But other than that, they got pumped by Upper Gully in recent weeks. Weren't really in that game against Surrey Park, which a lot of sides haven't been. But at the moment, there's a bit of work to do for Blake Pearson and the boys, Jono. They've probably got to make sure that they walk away this afternoon with 4 points in the bank going into the week off.
Yeah, indeed. And I think the way that obviously Oakley District have been going, including the omission of Blake in recent weeks, due to his suspension that he got, obviously it has put, I guess, a bit of a chink in the armour, so to speak, but it doesn't shy away from the fact that Oakley District are a team that can learn a lot, and they continue to do so under Pearso, and I think that's just the best thing about them, and that's why their supporters definitely get behind them.
Absolutely.
Of course. I still think that Oakley District will take this one. I reckon if Mark Stevens has even a half-decent game,
get a hold of them.
Yeah, definitely, especially as you mentioned, Ryan, Ferntree Gully are quite short across the ground. It's hard to see them stopping stopping a player who other teams find very hard to stop as well.
Just in this game at the moment in the reserves, Park Orchard's making a bit of a comeback now. 6-11-47 to the Tigers, 8-7-55 a couple minutes into... Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the actual time. Not the time played in the quarter. There's been 5 minutes played in this last term there. Another score around the grounds in the reserves. How about this one? Vermont, 30 goals, 15 to Norwood, 0.
Well,
no.
I can't even work that out. 30 goals times 6.
195. Is that right? Can we get it back?
Yeah,
I'm going to go
30
with
times 6 is 180, which makes sense, and then plus 15.
Good point.
Fantastic.
I'm not great with maths, so that's well done, boys, on that one. That's a big result. And then looking back at Division 3, Sylvan play Coldstream, Surrey Park play Upper Ferntree Gully, and Warrandyte play Knox. The one game we'll quickly brush over on those three. Surrey Park versus Upper Ferntree Gully. I think Surrey Park, behind Donvale, they've been as good as any other side in this division.
Yep.
And their under-19s, their first side, are flying at the moment. So it just shows you that they've got a very bright future ahead, which we always talk about. They do lose Kane Hendon and I think a couple of others this weekend, but
it's a big out.
Even then, I think they have to go in as big favourites at home. But great test up Ferntree Gully, Jared.
Yep.
These are the sort of games that they want. They failed that test a couple of weeks ago against Donvale. But other than that, they've again sort of good one week, bad the next.
They're a weird side. If you look at the scoring, there's a bit of a quirk here.
Well, they can score, can't they?
They can score very heavily. There's a bit of a quirk to their scoring in the past 3 rounds. I'll go through them real quickly. Against Oakley District in round 6, 120-51. That was a win for them. Then against Donvale, 114-41. And then the next week, 112-42. Very similar score lines, but they end up on either side of
Reversing,
it.
yeah.
So this has got a lot of power rankings about it, Jared.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, it's frustrating
power
for the
rankings mean that.
It's frustrating for the power rankings when you have a side like Upper Gully landing either side of big losses, because you can't really
can't judge their form.
Yeah, exactly.
Form
you
line.
can't peg how they're going to do necessarily in finals under tighter conditions and such. But yeah, in this one, I wouldn't be surprised if they end up on the wrong side of a 60 or 70 point belting at the hands of Surrey Park. But for them, I hope that it's a little closer than that, and I wouldn't be too shocked if they do run them a little bit.
Yeah, 3 to 4 goals, something like that. You walk away and you take some positives.
You'd be
out
happy,
of it.
yeah.
We'll keep an eye on that game. The other games, obviously, Warrandyte, Knox, and Sylvan Coldstream. I think everyone will probably be tipping Coldstream and Knox on those one. Although I do give Warrandyte a slight chance in that game. Division 4, Croydon North, Emlock play Scoresby. Their first win last week. They'll be up against the Scoresby side that are flying and can score big.
Yep.
And I'm assuming they'll probably do the same today. Kilsyth play Whitehorse and Nuttawading play Forest Hill. The Oracle actually has a tight game between the Lions and the Zebras, 46-40, low scoring. I think there'll be a bit more in that one. And then Kilsyth versus Whitehorse has Whitehorse winning by 14 points. I think this could be a bit bigger than that. I think they're scoring at the moment. I believe they're the number one attacking side. Actually, it might be Scoresby from memory, but playing some really good football. The targets up forward are doing well. Sims had a great start to the season. Haining obviously has got them playing a really good brand of football.
Yep.
And playing some good footy himself. And they play Kilsyth's side, who just haven't probably played their best footy besides round 1 against the top teams.
No, absolutely. I worry for Kilsyth a little bit because they were coming into that grand final last year against Surrey Park. They were the favourites, were they not? I think
big favourites.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So it's really tricky to see them, or it's really sad to see them drop off and perhaps miss that opportunity. There's going to be obviously this continuous revolving door of Div 3 teams coming down to Div 4, and Kilsyth are going to have to just consistently deal with that. It's a reality of being in Division 4, and if they can't match it with a side like Whitehorse, then it spells a bit of an issue for Kilsyth going forward. They might have to go back to the drawing board of the off season if things continue going the way they are. Unfortunately,
I'm just glad that Whitehorse have come to play this year. It's just been incredible to see. Just as you mentioned that, Ryan. Yes, Scoresby are the number one attacking side with 739 points for the season so far. So, look, it does make a very intriguing fixture this afternoon. But then again, I note that the Oracle has tipped a fairly high-scoring game, and yet yet Whitehorse, they, according to the Oracle, they would record a fairly convincing win, but I do sense that it may just be a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. We'll see how that game plays out. Hopefully we get the score updates coming through this afternoon.
I'm sure they will. Whitehorse are very good at that. So,
well, it's a Kilsyth home game, so it'll be Kilsyth
they'll still
up
do
to.
it.
No, it's got to be the home side, mate. The home side has got to be updating on Play
I do see social media though as well.
Social media as well.
Quarter by quarter, Whitehorse are very good.
People want it on the app. They want it on the Play Shoe. They want to scroll through on their phone at any time during the day and look through, and rather than going through Facebook pages. Better sometimes. It's the biggest question I get asked when I go anywhere.
I think we just might need to coin this full credit to the boys award, where if you actually do your scores throughout the entire season, you get the award. I'll see myself out. Thanks very much, everybody.
Thanks, Jonathan. We've got probably another 5 or so minutes before we go to our last ad break before the game. Let's touch on the game ahead between Mitcham and Park Orchards. Jared, I think for me, I was willing to tip Mitcham, and I saw just a couple of the outs. Barton Smith has pulled up sore during the week, doing the running there for Interleague. So that's a big loss. It's the curse of the media photo. Every time we've done a promotional photo for the match of the round, a Mitcham player has not actually played. Jesse Uren, when we watched Mitcham South Belgrave. Jake Parenti, Mitcham Montrose last season. Now Alex Barton Smith falls into that category. So I'll be careful with who I pick next week.
We'll be keeping a close eye on it. Maybe Mitcham just won't even need to show up to media day in 2024.
Well, they probably won't if that's the trend at the moment.
Maybe if they're listening out, I reckon it would be the case for sure.
But the other big loss for me is Josh May, because him coming back in the side, that makes a huge difference to their back line. It's now a lot younger with the two Jack Baldwin and Porter coming in as well. Just makes it a bit tougher for the side when they're playing a very strong attacking team in Park Orchards.
Yeah, it means all eyes are going to be on Zach Elms a little bit. He'll be going to, you'd think Kane Keppel would be the man he ends up following around for the day. Mitcham's defence, they've held up pretty well generally. I'm not too worried about how they're going to go without Josh May, because from memory, I don't think May played too much last year anyway.
Listed at Coburg. I don't know if he played Coburg last year. That's probably testing my memory. But this season been injured. So he's only played the one game at Coburg, which is this week, I think. I could be wrong, so I stand to be corrected on that one. But I just think the experience with having him, Duvalin also running around in the twos today, coming back from injury. So a few outs for them.
Zach Horsey is another one who...
yes, playing at in twos at the moment, is he?
Yeah, I believe so.
So we'll see how they stack up down back, but I think that will probably be their biggest hurdle this afternoon. Otherwise, the midfield battle is very fascinating. The two players that I think probably would be just about leading the league best and fairest in Division 1. Michael Prosnak from Park Orchards and Jesse Uren from Mitcham. Both players can hit the scoreboard as much as the other, and are playing a very vital role for the sides.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see that battle as well, and how they can each get onto the scoreboard. 19 goals for the year for Jesse Uren, and 15 goals so far for Michael Prosnak. It's going to be, it's going to be interesting, and the ruck contest is going to be fascinating as well, with Josh Chappell having to take on that combined Danny Baglava and Tom Lovell.
Baglava have been very good this season.
He has been.
A few people
dominated last week against Beaconsfield, but that was against two younger ruckmen. Chappell was perhaps made of a little bit sterner stuff, a little bit more experienced than those Eagles ruckmen.
How do you see it? I think body-wise, he'll have the better of Chappell. Can he keep up with Chappell? Chappell's a very good mover around the ground.
He is very mobile, and that's going to be where they're going to have to hurt that ruck duo of Mitcham's. But you put Tom Lovell to follow Chappell around if Chappell's starting to get off the chain, because Lovell's pretty mobile. He can do a lot of things you'd think only a smaller man would do. So it's going to be a challenging situation for Park Orchards and how they figure that one out.
Absolutely, and that's probably it for us here. We've got a minute before we go to the break, but Jared, you'll be calling the action with me, Jono, down on the boundary before you've got a big gig this afternoon. So sure you're looking forward to the game ahead for what you'll see.
Yeah, absolutely, and well, I'll definitely be keeping an eye on the way as I'm just down the road. So hello to all the Nunawading Inspectors fans out there. Looking forward to having your company out there. If you're listening, if you actually do watch basketball and footy on the same weekend, which is great. But anyway, no, look, it should be...
One of your favourite topics, basketball backgrounds.
Yes, in the women's. So, yes, so I think today will be a fantastic game as I've had discussions, with you guys off air before we went on the broadcast. It is, I suppose, the ladder isn't really a reflection of what we're about to see today. It will be either a close one with Mitcham winning or Park Orchards winning by a lot.
Jared, what do you think?
We'll
get a tip after the break, actually.
Yeah, we'll go for the outbreak.
We're going to go to our last break here before the Eastland match of the round. Out at Walker Park, it's Mitcham versus Park Orchards.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome to Walker Park, Mitcham versus Park Orchards, the Eastland match of the round. Round number 9, Fight M&D round here. So plenty of blue beanies in the crowd this afternoon. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, the home of local football, as well as our Facebook and YouTube streams. A massive clash today between the reigning premiers, the Tigers, who have hit some great form in recent weeks, and the undefeated Sharks, who have come down to Division 1 this season and have not done a single thing wrong. They are 8-0 coming into this game. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager of the Eastern Football Netball League, joined by Jared Beanland, who's in the co-seat here for the game. Looking forward to this one. We had a little bit of a chat before we went to that last break about the game ahead. I'm sure you're looking forward to seeing both sides in action. We saw Park Orchards a couple of weeks ago. Wasn't their best performance, and they still got the 4 points. Mitcham, we've been waiting since that grand final to see the Tigers again.
Absolutely, and that's what good teams do. And Park Orchards, they've had a couple of games where they didn't have it all their own way, and good teams just find ways to win. Mitcham, on the other hand, slow start to the season, but now they're really starting to find form. And that win against Beaconsfield last week, as we're just seeing a bit of a bit of a tete-a-tete out on the ground.
Might be able
now.
to see that on the right side of the screen at the moment. A bit going on there. Looks like a yellow card might be coming out at the moment in this reserves game. 9-8-62 the Tigers. Park Orchard 7-13-55. Having a look at the new scoreboard out here at Walker Park. Conditions are fantastic, and also welcoming for the first time to the broadcast Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre. Paul, welcome this afternoon.
Thank you, and I'm looking like a very good, intriguing contest this one. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely right, and just walking in the box for the first time this afternoon is Ben Warren-Smith. Ben, welcome back to Walker Park. I'm sure you've probably called here quite a fair bit over the years. Always great to be out here.
Thanks, Ryan. Great to be out here up in the grandstand down the other end today, and I'm really looking forward to it as well. As never done special comments before, but I'll try and take a piece of everybody that's done it over the years. So I'll be a bit grumpy. That'll be from Ray. I'll be wise. That'll be from Brash.
Who do you take after more, Brash or Ray on?
I don't know. There's probably a mixture of everybody in there. Let's face it. But no, look, it's I just love coming out to this ground. I was saying it to Besto on the way down here. It's you just get a good feeling coming in here as well. There's always a good atmosphere. There's a decent crowd. Like, there's the viewing point and the vantage points, like for the boundary riders, for all of us, like the crowd as well. There's just great spots right across the park, and that's why they get the good crowds in here as well. It's a great venue. The ground looked picture perfect today. Been a ripper game in the reserves as well. Just been watching that.
Yes.
And let's hope that it all pans out the way in the seniors this afternoon. Should be a really good game, and it was a really good pre-match. I was out in the car listening to you boys as well, and great to hear the Prez from Park Orchards on. He spoke really well, didn't he? Yeah, spoke really well, and they're a club that are on the march. They clearly don't like where they are at the moment, being in Division 1, but slowly but surely they'll certainly get back in there, and there's no doubt about that. One of the strongest junior football clubs that's in the country, let's face it. And they're going to be a powerhouse in this league for a very, very long time. So they don't want to count all their chickens before they hatch, that sort of thing. Like they made it up, and they've seen what it's like, and now they know what to do to get back there again. And today's a big test for them. Come out to Mitcham, where traditionally it's a really hard ground to win on if you're the away side. Mitcham have been such an impressive side over a number of years now. They had that bad patch about a decade ago where they were really struggling, nearly fell on their knees, nearly weren't going to be part of the league anymore. People like Matt McCubbin and co have really lifted this football club, and now they're a really strong club again, and reigning premiers, and the place is a buzz, and today is a huge test for them, and they're going to give it their all. I think it's going to be an absolute cracker today. Right.
I couldn't agree more. And as you said, Matt McCubbin has probably been the leader of that, turning the club around and putting them back into a very powerful position on the edge of returning to Premier Division. Now, good sis, they've got the songs going on. They've got a bit of AC/DC before, I think.
There was Rick Astley as well.
Yes.
Greg Champion, that's the thing about football.
Yeah, got a bit of everything here out at Walker Park. They do it very well, very good hosts, and a big game ahead as we listen to the Tiger song as the boys come out onto the ground at the moment here. We've also going to welcome our boundary riders for the broadcast today, John O'Ven and Brett Beston. We had a bit of rain earlier on, but at the moment the sun looks to be shining and looks like pretty good conditions.
Yes, indeed. Good afternoon, and I didn't quite expect to hear Craig Willis this afternoon here at the MCG of the East, but nevertheless, here we are. Look, the sun's peeking out from the clouds periodically this afternoon, so that's probably what we'll expect for the remainder of today. 13 degrees at the moment. Doesn't feel like it because I feel like the sun's beating down on me. But I'm also, of course, joined by Brett Beston on the boundary. Good afternoon to you, mate.
Thanks, John. A couple of changes, boys, to their respective sides as well. There's a personnel change in the Mitcham side. Nick Caulfield hasn't quite come up today, so he's out of the side, and Mason Porter comes in. He'll be wearing jumper 19, so that's the only personnel change. And just a jumper change, if you're watching on the stream today, Liam Webb, who was listed at number 9, is now wearing 68. That's it for the moment, although inevitably when they come out there'll be another one, but we'll let you know if we spot anything else. But that's it for down here on the boundary.
Thanks, boys. Before we let you go, just the tips from both of you this afternoon. Tigers in some good form, but as you said, playing against the undefeated Sharks, who have earned a lot of respect in this division.
Yeah, I think so. It's difficult because I looked at the form guide coming into this one, and Mitcham have won 4 in a row, but they had a couple of losses early to the so-called better sides, I suppose you'd have to say, in South Belgrave, and I think Montrose beat them as well early. So the wins they've had, they've been good wins, but maybe they haven't quite been tested in recent weeks. I desperately want to tip Mitcham, but I just feel that Park Orchards, the way they're playing, will get up in a close one today.
Just to repeat my words on the pre-game show, it's either going to be Park Orchards by a lot or Mitcham by a little. I'm going with the latter. I'm going to say Mitcham in an upset by 5 points, gents.
That sounds like a mouth-watering clash there if that comes true, Jono. And up here in the box, I don't think I gave my tip, did I?
Yeah, who have you got?
Yeah, look, I'm going to agree with Jono here, actually. I'm going to go a close one for Mitcham. I think Park Orchards, you can't go through a whole season undefeated. Here comes the umpires out to the Imperial March. Fantastic stuff from the MCs at Walker Park.
That's funny as.
They do it very well here at Walker Park. So what was your tip there, Jad?
It was Mitcham in a close one, yeah.
I'm backing in Park
goal.
Orchards. I just think at the moment they are the benchmark, and just a couple of those outs from the Tigers. Josh May is the big one for me, and as you said, Caulfield out as well. So got a bit of work to do. We'll see how that all plays out, but certainly intriguing matchup. Ben Warren-Smith, your tip this afternoon. Can you back in the reigning premiers, or do you think Park Orchards will make it 9 in a row?
Park Orchards by 26 points today, I think. I think they just have a little bit too much. Hoping for a really close game right throughout the afternoon. I think the Tigers will take it right up to them. Also tipping it to absolutely pour down in about half an hour looking at those clouds.
Boundary.
Currently raining in Norwood.
Boundary?
Okay.
I mean, come on, come on, BWS. Sorry, mate, come on. Seriously, we're out here. The sun's shining. I don't think it'll rain. Let's hope, for our sake, that it doesn't rain. Thank you very much.
Pretty dark clouds, I have to say.
Everybody watching the broadcast.
I'm an optimist. Come on, guys.
Yeah, turn around, Jono. That's all you have to do, mate.
Brett's very.
The camera's not on you anyway, mate.
Absolutely. Back here.
Nothing changes.
Thank you, Jono. Paul Uconi, your tip this afternoon.
Yeah, both sides in really good form. Park Orchards, obviously, 8 from 8 so far, and Mitcham having won the last couple in a row. I think, though, I'm going to go with Park Orchards by about 2 to 3 goals.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I'm tipping Park Orchards by that similar sort of margin. Big day for the club as well. Some premiership reunion lunches going on. The 1974 under-17s, I believe, the reserves of 1984. And BWS, you've been here a few times. They all gather underneath the old scoreboard in front of the past players and officials association sign down there, and they get very vocal down there. I'm looking forward to seeing them wheel the boys home this afternoon.
It's pretty lucky for us being on the radio and whatnot that the effects mic isn't down in that area as well.
I've spent a couple of afternoons down there in past years, and probably not safe for air. A few of the things that are said down there, but we're all set to go in just a moment here. The boys' final addresses. Did we get a coin toss just yet, or has that not happened?
Not just yet to my...
I think we might have missed it potentially.
I think we may have missed it, but obviously Mitcham have broken from their huddle, and I think it'll be pretty clear, boys, when we come to the first bounce.
It looks like Mitcham will be going to the left side of your radio dials, down to the old scoreboard end.
Park Orchards to the Maroondah Highway end of the ground.
Maroondah Highway for the Sharks in this first term. Massive game ahead, as we said, first versus third. We'll keep you updated around the grounds as well, as much as we can between the first bounce and the final bounce of this game, of all the games happening around the grounds across Premier Division to Division 4 as we approach the midway point mark of this season. Looking forward to this one. We saw the Sharks a couple of weeks ago, and Ben, even though they weren't overly impressive, they still did enough to get the job done. So if we see their best, they'll be hard to beat.
Indeed. I'm fascinated to see what Mitcham can bring to sort of disrupt the run and carry sort of style of Park Orchards. yeah, it's going to be a fascinating clash. And I do like as well, I've just noticed the arcs are marked as 45 metres, and that really helps us out in the commentary box.
They're probably 38.
Regardless of what they say.
Absolutely. As we get started here, first bounce, the Eastland match of the round. Jared Beanland, take us underway.
Chapel versus Baklava. That's going to be the ruck contest throughout the day, of course. And we'll get a secondary stoppage as looks like it was Jess Cherry wrapped up. Out here at Walker Park, Mitcham versus Park Orchards. Two of the great teams in Div 1 this year. Prosnack got a kick inside forward 50. Whistle went. Might be going downfield because Prosnack was dumped after he kicked it. And indeed it will.
Yeah, it was Nick Halo that felled his opponent as he kicked the ball inside forward 45 there. And so a downfield free kick, Park Orchard's first shot.
Kane Keppel will be the one to take it. A prolific goal scorer this year, of course. He's kicked 23 goals. An improvement already from the 18 goals he kicked last year. Very deliberate run-up, crosses the 45-metre arc, sets it towards the Maroondah Highway end, and Park Orchards missed. lost track of the ball for a second.
Well, you heard the cheer behind the ground, behind the goals, and that's the Mitcham faithful there behind the goals down at the Maroondah Highway end as the ball cleared out for the Tigers outside their forward back 50. Nick Hallow puts a bit of pressure on, and that ball almost came off the foot of Nick Hallow.
That was on the full.
As Jay Whitnish thought
was on the full.
That might be his, but instead it's a boundary throw in right in front of the coach's bench there for Mitcham. Baglava in the ruck.
Bit of holding
front
there.
Position. So Dan Beard umpiring this afternoon. The big guns out here at Walker Park. Inside 50, Baglava. Jesse Smythe flew down at ground level. The Sharks do well, and they manage to find Prosnack, who passes off right away. The linking up. And got a target here in Prunty to settle for the Sharks. Broadcast side. A couple minutes into this opening term. Ball down the line, standing underneath it was Baglava. As that ball goes out of bounds, we'll get a boundary throw in 2 minutes into this game. Park Orchards on the board with the behind. Mitcham yet to score.
So the throw-in will happen at the right half-forward flank for Park Orchards. Nil draw with the ruck contest. It's going to spill out towards the boundary line. Oh, met heavily there was Jack Baldwin. And that was a massive bump as he was towing the boundary line. Let's go down to John O'Van, who saw that more clearly.
Inches away from me, nothing too much in that, just a bit of friendly body contact. To be fair, the ball actually went out just a little bit earlier than that, so thankfully it did go out, and we're here right now.
So we got the throw in there, straight down the throat of that was Price Inglis, but Mitcham will get the clearance regardless. Inside forward 50, 2-on-2 situation, just tracking towards the boundary line, and over it goes. Gee, Jack Baldwin.
That was a massive hit.
He bounced back up really quickly.
He did. He's not going to let that worry him. Good on the man. So back into play. Quick there by a kick by Smythe towards the top of the goal square. Parenti came out to meet it. He's handed it straight to Marrow, and he's snapped the first goal for Mitcham. Lucas Marrow.
Really good play there by Parenti. Couldn't quite hold the mark, but as good forwards do, was able to put the ball in front of him. And Lucas Marrow, front and centre, that's exactly where you want your small forwards to be. Was able to take the quick handball and put it through for the Tigers.
Yeah, certainly right. Played a big milestone game this year, Marrow. Back in the side this season and been impressive the last couple of weeks, managed to hold his spot. So great start for him, great start for the Tigers. As you said, on the board first with 1 straight 6. Park Orchards 1 behind. Coming up to the 4th minute mark of this first term for the Eastland match of the round. Back in the middle again. The Tigers might get the clearance forward. It's a turnover and Whitnish now, bit of space, goes a 2-on-2. Fell through the hands of a teammate there in the long sleeves, Ridley. As we're going to get this ball up just outside the forward 50 or 45 here at Walker Park as they label on the ground. Baglava in the ruck, tapped down, went straight down to the throat of Price Inglis, who throws it inside 50 off the boot. Here's Wex, almost controlled that one. Prunty got the handball off. Park Orchards try and find some space here as Mitcham clear this one out. Bouncing footy, might work out okay for him. Running forward is Jesse Smythe. Collision here. Might be able to earn himself a free kick, or it's actually going to go Park Orchard's way through the hands of Whitnish, who plays on right away to the far wing. The player out far in Huron, who turns this one over, and Mitcham will take this out at half-back.
Flynn Maguire took the intercept mark. Former Vermont, mostly reserves player for Vermont. Stepping around his man, kicks it down the line. The mark's been cut off though. Well done. McLaren Spiteri takes the grab for Park Orchards. So they're going to try and respond here. Bites off a little bit of a 45 there. Kicks it to a teammate on the edge of the centre square, and then he sends it straight to centre half forward. Great intercept mark taken by the Tigers though, and they'll rebound. Kicks come out towards the wing here. Guy Lachlan was the one to take it. He spots a likely target down the field, and marking it on the 45 line is Jake Parenti. And this is going to be a chance for his first goal. Looking for a bag here is Jake Parenti, as he always is.
Park Orchards have been using the corridor to hit centre half forward up, but they've turned the ball over a number of times, trying to go straight and narrow through that way. And Mitcham only a couple of inside 50s now, but if he can put this one through, they'll be making him pay early.
Indeed, they've been able to read Park Orchard's attacks very well. Have the Tigers. Now Jake Parenti has kicked a couple bags this year, starting to find some form. Can he get into it early in this game? Yes, he can. And you can hear the Tiger roar from the effect, Mike.
I feel like I'm at a Richmond home game.
Yeah.
The roar.
Goodness me. So
You wouldn't hear it too often.
No.
Boundary.
Brutal. Let's go down boundary side.
That's what I was going to say, BWS. You took the words right out of my mouth. Oh, dear.
Lee, mute Ben's mic, please.
Hey, I go for security. You had an easy comeback.
Yeah, that's true. I've missed an opportunity there. So we're back in the middle. Mitcham 2 straight 12. Park Orchards 1 behind. Coming up to the 7th-minute mark of this first term. Baglava out of the ruck again. Has had plenty of it. Could be a turnover here with the Park Orchards having some numbers. The handball forward here. It's going to be cut off. Guy Lachlan will end up with the football. And we'll send the Tigers back inside 50, looking for Parenti front and centre. Controlled it nicely. Snap around the corner. It might just bounce through it. Oh, no. Just may have hit the post as it went through. And just a minor score, but that was the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. If it had have made it 2-1-13, the Tigers, Park Orchards 1 behind.
Looking lively, Parenti in the forward line, playing in front as well. He's won the football each time it's gone near him.
Good mark out there on the outer side, taken by Kane Capel. Bites off the 45 once again, as they like to do, Park Orchards. Price Inglis takes the mark, but he's just been held up. Maybe a little wary of what Mitcham have been able to do when they do kick it down the line, Park Orchards. Big fly there coming from the Park Orchards man there, but Mitcham were able to break it up. Good tackle laid on Lockie Monroe, and the whistle has gone, and it's going to be a Park Orchards free kick, I believe.
Yep.
So Lockie Monroe will take it. Searching for options inside forward 50. It's going to go straight to a pack. Mitcham have the outnumber. Jackson Hallow is there, but he had to lay the tackle, ends up doing so and holding the ball. So good pressure there by Hallow. Managed to take out Macricanis there, kicks it back towards the goal square. Wex takes the mark, finding a man in the pocket. It's going to be Rebecca. Flynn Rebecca, the young man. Stuck for options a little bit. And it was a pretty shocking kick out in the full.
Early score out of Batterham Reserve. The Waverley Blues lead by a point over the Basin.
So Clarence Spiteri to take this one out. He might actually have a ping from here. Probably about 40-45 out. Ended up kicking right off the paint. That kick never going to make it. Almost a mark on the line, but a minor score. So Park Orchards 2 behinds. Mitcham 2-1-13. We played 9 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Flynn Maguire to kick it in. Gets it to the pocket. Whistle's gone. And maybe there's some technicality there with the kick in. He just had to bring it back there, the umpire. So Flynn Maguire gets a second shot at it. Short kick. And a good mark taken. But they're going to try and go laterally here. Well, he's stuck for options now. So kicks it down the line, and a good diving mark there taken by Flynn Maguire, who's been able to present himself as an option again.
Close game out at Mullum Reserve early in the piece. Norwood and Vermont both 2 straight goals, and Doncaster East up by 5 points against Blackburn.
Thank you, BWS. Keep those scores coming throughout the day. So Park Orchards, they were able to cut off Mitcham's run, paddle it towards space in the centre, but the kick was... It's turnover city here. Heron just intercepts that mark from Mitcham, and once again, I think that's about 3 intercept marks in a row, and now finally someone finds a man wearing the right colours. So Mitcham will build from defence here. Just kicks it over the contest, and it's Haythorne out the back who's going to be able to pick it up. Kicks it round the corner, but again, straight to an opposition, and that's Porter. He's going to try and find an option inside forward 50. Haythorne nearly was able to take the mark again, but wrapped up. Let's go to Paul in the stat centre.
Yeah, we're currently going for a record intercept marks here. It's 4-3 the way of Mitcham.
Bit like the old school kick to kick at the moment, isn't it?
Certainly right, as Magnano gets it out
there's
and
another
finds Tom Lovell for the Tigers. The intercept mark to send them back into attack. Goes the short kick, looking for the skipper in your end. Bounce out the front to Jesse Smythe, who goes wide, finds a target. Out there on the far side in Flynn Rebecca, who's had plenty of the football early, and finds a target inside 50 in Lucas Marrow, who already has one. It's a long way out, and instead he'll short chip it backwards to Maguire from outside the 45 mark, and it's a minor score to the right. The Tigers 2-2-14, Park Orchards 2 behinds, 11 and a half minutes gone. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Paul Uconi in the stats centre.
The inside 50, or should I say inside 45s at the moment, are very even, 7 apiece.
Thank you for that, Paul. Well,
the thing is they've got clash jumpers on, but it's like they don't realise it. I don't know how.
Let's go the boundary line with John O'Ven.
Thanks very much, Jade. One of the things we spoke about in pre-game with Neil was that he alluded to the fact that Mitcham needed a lot of intensity, and as they enter inside 50 again, it looks like they're very intense.
Well, front and centre from that kick. What a goal snapped there by Nathan Crampton. Neil Winterton spoke about him before the game, and he's continuing some great form there in the forward line, kicking his first goal for the game. So Tigers go up 3-2-20 to Park Orchards, just 2 behind on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Once again, as Mitcham go forward, they're just reading the play really well, coming off the forward's hands, being in that right spot at the right time. It's exactly what Neil Winterton will be rapt about from his charges in there, and they're making the most of their opportunities early and got a very handy lead early here.
Yeah, certainly right. Couldn't have said it better myself. They've been pretty good once they've gone inside 50, those plays at ground level. And important goal there for Crampton.
Other scores around the grounds. I've got a Bayswater score. They're up by 2 goals early against Beaconsfield.
I tipped Bayswater a bit of a roughie there against Beaconsfield. As Tom Lovell awarded a free kick right in the middle of the ground, and that kicks a poor one, turned it over to Magnano, who's off. Passed it off to Spiteri, down the line, finds almost a player, but that fell through his hands and out of bounds. So we'll get a boundary thrown right in front of the Mitcham box, about 60 out from Park Orchards goals. Thanks for joining us this afternoon on Radio Eastland 98.1 FM and our Facebook and YouTube streams. Let us know where you're listening or watching from as the ball stopped up here. We'll get a stoppage. Still about 60 out from the Park Orchards goals, who currently trail by 18 points.
It's looking tricky for the Sharks out there. Mitcham putting a lot of pressure on. More scores, BWS?
Yeah, just in Division 2 now. East Burwood lead by a goal over Lilydale, while Croydon by 4 points over Heathmont. 6-point lead to Baronia over Ringwood. Templestowe trail by 3 points to Mulgrave, and very close, still a 1-point margin to the Waverley Blues over the Basin.
Some early scores there around the grounds. Good tackle laid in that contest by Mitcham. And that was Jake Parenti running up the ground to collect Macrocanis. Tap down there from the ruck contest, scooped up. This is Jess Cherry. Was a ball along the ground there to Nat Barnes. Whistle's gone though, inside forward 50 for Mitcham, and they've given away a free kick, holding the man, so Park Orchards to take it away. So the kick comes from Leonard, I believe it is. And he finds a man in the pocket. Kick outside of defensive 50, but it was stopped immediately by Jackson Hallow, and he was able to bustle his man over the boundary line. That was Jay Whitnish, and Mitcham once again proving that they're hard to get past.
Certainly right.
It's great to see over by the scoreboard, Ryan, where the past players are that you talked about earlier. Every single person on the fence had a can in their hand.
my dad's actually there. My grandpa this afternoon.
Nice.
Oh, we'll see what they're doing up there. As Mitcham go inside 50 now. Chance of Conlon. Shot on goal. Not going to quite make it. Jake Parenti, front and centre. His kick was too low. Out of mid-air, hits the post. Couple of chances to Jake. No good, though. 3-3-21 to 2 behind Park Orchards. 15 minutes gone, first term. That Tobin Brothers goal of day voucher's just dangling in front of him at the moment with a couple of chances.
Boundary.
Oh, that was excellent. Let's go to boundary side with Rat Vested.
He certainly does look lively, and I think in terms of the matchups, it looks like Henry Amir was on him for a start, but it looks like Tom Livingston's playing on at the moment, so it's going to be a very important matchup today. If he gets off the leash, it could be very ugly.
Absolutely
Indeed.
spot on, Besto.
Yeah, Parenti, very dangerous player. Up we go. So taking it straight out of the ruck there was Sam Allen. Kicks it down to the wing, but good diving mark taken there. Cutting off a good attack was Nicholas. Mitcham share it around. Oh, Flynn Maguire just went to ground. Had to find the chop-out handball there to Cherry. And now Nicholas again gets it inside forward. 50, shallow entry. Park Orchards just really under pressure now, their defence. And it's Allen again to get the clearing kick onto the wing. Couldn't find Kane Keppel, however, and it bounces harmlessly over the boundary line. 21-2, the lead for Mitcham on the Bedigo Bank scoreboard. 16 minutes gone in this first quarter. Scores with the BWS, I believe.
Yeah, some Division 3 scores in the Cougar off. Coldstream lead by 18 points over Sylvan. Surrey Park up by 7 over Upper Ferntree Gully. Warren Dyke by 2 goals over Knox.
Park Orchards inside 50, long kick, punch from behind there, Baldwin. Falls out the back, slipping over there at the wrong time was Conlon. Tigers got some numbers around the footy. Porter, one of them on debut. The 16-year-old got it off to Nick Hallow, who kicks towards the boundary line. Lachlan running onto this. The boundary line will beat him as we get a boundary throw in coming up to the 17th-minute mark of this first term.
Nice try, Jono.
Thank you.
Mitcham 3-3-21, Park Orchards 2 behinds. Ball brought back into play. Tom Lovell moving into the ruck at the moment. Pushed aside Allen. Got it inside 50. Here the Tigers. Bouncing ball. Here's Parenti again. Just gets his handball away. Jesse Uren to run onto this one. He's just able to get a hands off. Now it's all Park Orchards. Munro, they link up. Munro's kick on towards the far side. The mark paid. There to number 68, who has changed his number, Liam Webb. And I forgot to add that onto my team list. There's the ball out of bounds here. 17.5 mid-first term.
It's not pretty Division 4 at the moment. Kilsyth and what's the only score we've got, and it's 2 points to 1 point.
Fantastic. Soccer
Still
scores.
something.
Yeah, it is something. So Park Orchards trying to go forward once again, but cut off momentarily by Mitcham. Ridley, however, gathers the ball, gives it to Vipond. He was tackled well by Mitcham. In goes Cherry, and the clearing kick there by Elms. He's found a lot of space, and Guy Laughlin's the one in that space. Hassled, though, by Munro. Gets it towards the boundary line, towing the boundary line. Just bounces over.
Boundary.
Guy Laughlin trying very hard to keep it in, but Jono Venn was right there as it went straight over.
For the Family Guy fans out there, in the words of Ollie Williams, it's going rain.
Oh, dear. Well, this is... hopefully it's not going to be raining sideways for you down there, Jono. So
I'm not getting these references.
Oh, sorry, man.
Inside out, 2 miles away. Bring me some soup.
So Jesse Uren, he's got the kick inside forward 50 and a good mark taken. Mitcham, they'll go back and try and line up for their fourth, and it's Jesse Smythe who's got it. Getting some advice from Jake Parenti, best person for advice in this situation, I'm sure. Paul Iaconi with some stats.
Yeah, they're really finding their targets early here, Mitcham. They've taken 3 marks inside 50 to 0.
And that is how they have built this lead. Important to get this lead as well as the rain starts coming down. And Smythe has split the middle once again for Mitcham. Park Orchards, well, they're really feeling it now, aren't they? I don't know how a Tiger goes against a Shark in a fight, but sounds like the Tigers winning. Gee, it's a bit much, isn't it?
Sounds like an angry tiger at a zoo or something, doesn't it? They're just working the ball so much better going forward, Mitcham. They're using more of this grandstand side. A 4-goal early lead in this game as we watched the rain came tumbling down now. They have really started this first quarter on fire, and now all of a sudden the lead of 4 goals is going to be a lot to peg back.
Yeah, you're absolutely
Especially
right.
in these conditions now, if they keep up.
That's it.
Certainly right. Baglava, tap down. Cherry, the haircut from the last time we've seen him, got off to Jesse Uren. Uren inside 50, looking for Parenti. The bouncing ball, he pretty much played that quite well. Snap towards goal. Smythe there, bouncing footy. Minor score. 4-4-28 the Tigers. Park Orchards 2 behinds.
Jake Parenti has started absolutely on fire. Every time the ball's gone near him, he's been able to touch it. If he hasn't been able to win possession, he's been able to knock it to his teammates' advantage.
Just read that so well, didn't he?
His instincts are on point today, I would say. And there's another intercept mark taken by Mitcham.
They've taken 7 so far.
Boundary.
This time it was Tom Lovell. Let's go boundary side. Well, we'll see how this kick goes inside forward 50 because it could be a mark. Punch away from Park Orchards, though. Whitnish was there, couldn't quite handle it, though. Stacks on as the rain comes pouring down.
Could be about to snow in a minute.
Oh, no. Jono, what have you got for us on the boundary line? Except
It's
for
Besto here, boys.
Sorry,
this wasn't quite forecast to be this heavy, but it is absolutely pouring down horizontally down here. And I'll tell you what, I don't think I've ever had the lights come on in the first quarter, but today could be a first because it's actually quite dark down here as well.
Free kick.
There's an umbrella up here for you.
High free kick in the ruck contest, and it's going to go the way of Mitcham. So Jake Parenti will be lining up for his second goal of the day. He's been doing much more than just kicking goals, but this is your main metric of success if you're Jake Parenti, and he's about to slam home another if he holds true to form. Park Orchard's really up against it now. Parenti marches in. Right foot kick straight through the middle over the nets and into the trees.
Boundary.
And let's go boundary side with Jono this time.
Here's one for Ryan. I think you're about to have a random supporter walk up to you and demand that the lights be turned on. Brace yourself.
Yes, a bit of a throwback. 2022 grand final, I think that was. Matt
Watch your
Fodia.
language.
As we're brought back to the middle here. 5-4-34 to 2 behinds. Mitcham a 32-point lead. 22 minutes gone. Paul Uconi sat there.
Yeah, the inside 50s have really blown out late in this first quarter. It's 16-9 the way of Mitcham. It's just relentless from them.
Well, I feel shocking
of
for the
relentless.
boys on the boundary at the moment. I didn't see this coming. The rain or the margin at the moment. 32 points going to the favour of the Tigers at the back in the middle here as they're coming off. That's right. Well, they've got an umbrella coming as well, but hang back, stay under cover for a bit, boys. You don't need to be out there. It's, ball up in the middle. Baglava got the tap down. Player there tackled high. Learned himself a free kick. Can't quite see who that one is. Actually, it looks like it might be Flynn Rebecca who passed it off right away. Inside 50 again. The Tigers. Out the back is Guy Lachlan. And the ball just falls into his lap. And Lachlan will go back looking for goal number 6 of the Tigers and give them potentially a 38-point lead just 22 minutes into this first quarter.
Shades of last week with Roval Doniers. Park Orchard's just not able to get anywhere near it at the moment.
If you are listening at home and aren't aware, Park Orchards are undefeated coming into this game, 8-0, and they now trail by 32, potentially 38 if Guy Lachlan kicks this one through for his first. He's been a handy goal kicker for the Tigers, loves a goal. He will be kicking from about 40-35 out, kick on its way, it's right through the middle, and they'll get around him here. 6-4-40 Mitcham, Park Orchards 2 behinds. Guy Lachlan's got his first, and we're 23 minutes into this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and it is all Mitcham.
Well,
Cue the roar.
They're gaining. Oh, yeah.
He didn't get it this time.
Didn't get it this time.
Not afraid of the rain, are they? At this stage,
there it is. They're gaining a reputation as giant killers. Mitcham, of course, being able to handle undefeated teams. It's exactly what they had to do last year to take the premiership away from South Belgrave, and now once again against Park Orchards.
Even as that rain came down, they're still looking really clean and slick with their disposal.
It's scary, isn't it? Very, very scary to see this in the middle of the season. If you're anyone else in Division 1, holding free kick goes the way of Jess Cherry. So they're winning all the free kicks as well. Guy Lachlan, the target down the line. Jake Parenti was there as well. Punched away from him. Gathered by Lovell. And he's got 2 for company. That's two Sharks who you think they would have taken to water a little bit better than this, the Sharks, if we're continuing with the animal metaphors. Whitnish trying to tap it to himself. Oh, they're just seeking the boundary line here, running for their lives at this point, the Sharks.
Did all that effort, ran that umbrella down to them, and they're not even using it down there. Are we making it best day? I better make sure that you get that beanie dry cleaned as well. Thanks, mate.
It's actually stopped down here, boys, just for the moment. But I got a very nasty shower, but it's stopped for the moment, so fingers crossed.
It is kind of light, to be fair, so not quite umbrella necessarily.
Back into play. Smythe was hunting it at ground level, wrapped up though. So ball up in a very dangerous spot here for Park Orchards to try and defend. Chappell got the tap down, really trying to get rid of it was Cridland. His kick was smothered, however. Parenti ripped down in a tackle, yet another ball up.
Yeah, another stoppage, 25 minutes gone first term, 6-4-40 to 2 behinds Park Orchards. Around the grounds, Bronya lead 20-18 over Ringwood at Jubilee Park. As this ball here is going nowhere, the tackle from Munro will result in another ball up.
You would have to be braver than Mel Gibson in Braveheart to go up to Paris Harvey and ask for an interview at quarter time today.
Who's got that responsibility down there? As Jesse Smythe got the handball out. And it's going nowhere, so we'll get another stoppage.
Boundary.
So go down to the boundary, John O'Ven.
I'd suggest we'd probably go to Neil first at quarter time. We might have a chat to Paris a little bit
it's
later.
up to you. We'll leave that to you as we get a ball up inside 50. Lovell got the tap down, running onto this one. The shot on goal from Barnes is through, and the Tigers have 7. 7-4-46. Park Orchards 2 behinds. And what a goal from that Barnes. Come to the park this year.
What a fantastic knock-on it was, too, and just running into space. That's exactly like we've talked about already. Those forwards, when the ball hits the deck or it's open, they know where to read it from. They're grabbing it, and they're making them pay. They are actually, really putting them to the sword here.
It's
this game is pretty
football.
close to over.
It's high-quality football from them.
Yeah.
It's not like Park Orchards have done anything majorly wrong. It's all Mitcham.
Indeed. So back into the centre. Time ticking down in this first quarter. Chappell got the tap away, and it ended up in the hands of Liam Jeffs, who was wrapped up. Secondary ball up. Very, very clean stuff, even in the wet, as we've said. Is that a siren? What was that noise?
I'm not too sure.
I don't think so.
Someone's taking a call.
So high free kick.
That's a pocket dial for sure.
Gone the way of. Looks like it's going to be Riley Nicholas.
Yeah, Gavin's still got his effects, his phone plugged in.
Well done, old mate.
Lachlan was the target. He's consistently been working his way onto the wing, but Whitnish was able to come across, affect the spoil, out of bounds. We'll have another throw in.
He's worked really hard, Jay Whitnish, in this first term for Park Orchards.
Big job against Lachlan. Back into play. Baglava nearly dismissed in the ruck contest, but was able to win it again. Lovell was there. He was the target of the handball. Park Orchards broke it up and took it over the boundary line right in front of Jono and Besto down there.
Some scores in Premier Division. It's all square between Blackburn and Doncaster East, whilst Vermont lead by 9 points over Norwood, and a handy lead by 17 points East Ringwood over Roval. Ray Bear won't be happy about that. And South Croydon up by 9.
Mitcham get the clearing kick, but it's going to bounce back over the boundary line. And another throw in here as things seem to calm down a little bit. The rain's calmed down, and I think the players are awaiting quarter time a little bit. Park Orchards, they'll want to go in and reassess things. Mitcham, it'll be a lively huddle to be at for the Tigers. So Marrow it was, couldn't quite handle it, lost it to Whitnish. Whitnish was able to find Magnano, and then that was Amir, got the clearing kick. Munro and Maguire both see that ball go over the line as the rain just starts coming down a little bit again. We'll have the ball in.
It's coming up to the 29th minute mark of this first term. Can't be a whole lot left. 7-4-46 the Tigers, 2 behind Park Orchards. And yes, they are undefeated coming to this clash as Jesse Uren pumps the ball inside 50. Big tackle there from the big man, Tom Lovell. We'll get a ball up inside 50 for the Tigers. The damage has already been done, but if they get another one, imagine that, 50 points in front. You wouldn't have picked that at the start of the afternoon as The ball comes out here through Whitnish. Fought hard in the first term for the Sharks. They link up on that far side, just desperately holding on in these last couple of minutes. They don't even look like they're going to score themselves. Cherry got the handball forward. Barnes, who kicked the last goal for the Tigers. And the siren sounds. And at quarter time here at Walker Park, you can probably hear some of the cheers from the Mitcham faithful up in the grandstands because they lead 7-4-46. Park Orchard's 2 behinds at quarter time. Jared Beanland with the major goal kickers.
Jake Parenti was the only major goal kicker with 2, and then you've got singles to Lachlan, Smythe, Barnes, Crampton and Marrow. No goal kickers for Park Orchards.
We're played out here on song from the Mitcham box up here. It is quarter time, 7-4-46 Mitcham, Park Orchards 2 behinds. We'll be back for the second quarter.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Walker Park, Mitcham versus Park Orchards at quarter time here to Tigers, 7-4-46, leading the undefeated Park Orchards Sharks 2 behinds. A lot to talk about. We do have some scores around the grounds with Ben Warren Smith in what is an interesting weekend of footy.
Take 2. I did the same as you, Ryan. As around the grounds this afternoon, of course, the wet weather coming across the east, so we'll see how these scores progress. But Blackburn are trailing Doncaster East by 3 points at quarter time. Good effort by Vermont to be up by 9 points over Norwood. A 21-point lead to East Ringwood over Roval early in that first quarter. And at quarter time, it is South Croydon leading by 9 points over Berwick in a low-scoring affair. We change it over to Division 1 now. And, of course, as we go through the scores across Division 1 this afternoon, it is Bayswater trailing Beaconsfield by 10 points at quarter time. Of course, it's a massive score out here, but we'll talk more about that. A 13-point lead to Montrose over Wanturna South, whilst Murrelbach have come out of the gates with a 31-point lead over Doncaster, whilst North Ringwood have a slender lead of 3 points over South Belgrave. As we cross down to John O'Ven.
No, it's actually best day here, boys. Neil Winton, the Mitcham coach. Neil, you'd be pretty pleased with that. You couldn't get much better.
No, yeah, obviously, you'll take a first quarter like that any day, but yeah, we understand it's no mistake that they're undefeated, so we're going to expect that they're going to come out this quarter and hit back really hard. So that's a challenge for our boys now, not to be content with that, because they're going to throw everything at us here.
You're expecting, as you say, them to come at you. A couple of good performances in that first quarter from you. You singled out a few guys. Lucas Marrow, very good.
Yeah, Louis. Yeah, he's been good, mate. He gives us a lot of energy up forward. He knows where the goals are, and yeah, he's playing a really important role for us today.
And Jake looking fantastic up here as well.
Yeah, mate. If we can get the ball in quickly to him, he's a dangerous proposition.
Good stuff. Good luck.
Thanks there to Brett Beston down with Neil Winterton as we go to Jonathan, who was out at the Park Orchards huddle at quarter time.
Just a couple of observations. I noticed that the Jay Witness just had the boys in the huddle as soon as the quarter time siren sounds. He was probably the most displeased out of a lot of them. Obviously, Paris was just a little bit calmer and just made some tactical changes, so hopefully they can make use of the forward entries really well this time.
Thanks there to John O'Ven. I thought Witness actually probably was one of their better performances in that first quarter. Really tried hard, so they're going to have to look at some of their other leaders to lift in this second term if they are to come back into this game. They haven't been in this position all season. They trail by 44 points at quarter time, and Dan Beard's going to take us underway with the ball up for the second quarter.
So Bagliver and Chappell back into it. Chappell gets the tap down only as far as Nick Hallow this time. And it's a lot of hands around the ball, but it ended up being Ridley who was able to get a bouncing ball towards Park Orchards forward line, picked up by Spiteri. This could be the first on the board for the Sharks, but it's just faded right. So fast start here for the Sharks.
And they got it out of the middle. Sorry, Jared. And that was that's probably exactly what the message was at quarter time, just to work the ball forward. What they really struggled with in the first quarter was getting it past that centre half forward line. So they've just got to use their options wisely.
Certainly right. As the Tigers look for Tom Lovell, punched down to Nick Hallow, controlled it well. He's tackled here by two Sharks. One of them, Price Inglis, who's had a strong start to the season. Kicked the 3 goals a couple of weeks ago when we saw them against Bayswater live. Here's Prosenak, the handball cut off. Wex, Nick Hallow again, and he's tackled. And we'll get a ball up just outside the forward 50 here for the Sharks. First minute into this second quarter. Baglava going up against Chappell. Ball comes out here, socket off the ground towards the boundary line. Kept in there by Whitnish. We'll get a boundary throw in right in front of us.
He tried to kick it off the ground and then he kicked it into the legs of Kane Capital.
I thought that's what I did see. The ball to be brought back into play. I liked Baglava's game as well in this first term. I thought he's been pretty impressive. Won another hit out there. Jesse Uren, handball over the top to Cherry. Cherry spin round, got off to Nick Hallow, slams it on the boot forward, looking for the big fella in Tom Lovell. He did pick it up, but was caught right away. That's a good tackle there from Sam Allen. So we'll get another ball up just a couple of minutes into this second term.
A couple of scores quickly in Division 2. East Burwood lead by 5 goals over Lilydale as the ball goes forward.
So it was Livingston down there, nearly took the mark, but Keppel kept it in. Finds a player, a teammate there in Price Inglis, just in space, but that space was closed down very quickly as the Tigers caught hold of him.
Close one at the hangar. It's Croydon leading Heathmont by 3 points, whilst Ringwood trail by 9 points to Baronia. Templestowe by 10 over Mulgrave, and the Waverley Blues trailing the Basin by 21.
Some very interesting scores there in Division 2. I think that's the division that I'm keeping my eye on the most this round, if we're talking about all the games, as the ball has just gone over the boundary line once more. Baglava and Chappell once again. The tap down came to Prunty. I just wasn't able to keep it in. So another ball in there. 46-3 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Oakley lead Ferntree Gully by 4 points in Division 3, whilst Coldstream by 26 over Sylvan, and 20-point lead by Surrey Park over Upper.
Prunty gets the clearance, top of the goal square. It's a 2-on-1 situation in favour of Mitcham, and that is why it's just bounced over the back. 3 for 1 behind. Maguire to bring it in again for the Tigers.
Flynn Maguire, the kick in, as you said, a 42-point lead for the Tigers here in the early stages of the second quarter. Long kick out of defence, looking for Tom Lovell. Fell through his hands. Whitnish again was there. Lovell got the kick away, was cut off by Munro. Ball comes free here. And it's Packer plays here trying to make the most of this footy. Dan Beard says, give it to me. We'll get a ball up. 60 out from the Park Orchards goals. They're kicking towards the scoreboard end, the old scoreboard that is. Punch forward there by Baglava. Lovell, a smart little tap to Munro. And he's able to keep this in, looking for Smythe. Bouncing footy's a hard one to control. If it gets out the back, it could be trouble. Jake Parenti lays the tackle. And we'll get a ball up now. Got 55 from the Mitcham goals.
In Division 4, Nuttawading, a great start to the game against the Zebras. They lead by 11 points at quarter time, whilst Kilsyth lead by 8 over the Whitehorse Pioneers.
Good to see that from the Lions as Nick Haller here paid a free kick for a high tackle. Plays on and the kick's a bit of a grubber, bounced forward. It's cut off by the Sharks as they send the ball down the middle of the ground. It's out the back, but it's all Tiger numbers. Should be able to pick it up here. Does get the handball off. It's cut off. Almost, I thought. Handball here from Elms. He's tackled as he gets rid of it. Play on. They're under a bit of pressure, but they just had so many numbers around behind the footy. Wex lays a tackle. And we'll get a ball up inside 50 here for the Sharks. Got to lock it in and got to get one back.
Well, Alex Macroconis was a bit... Sorry, Ryan. Alex Macroconis was a big reason as to why they got this stoppage here, Park Orchards. He just did not give up and in not allowing Mitcham to get a free possession there as they were running back onto it as we have another ball up.
Rain really coming down out here at Mitcham, so it's making conditions really slippery at the moment.
And nearly picked up by Price Inglis, but he lost handle of it. Good try there by Vipond. His kick was smothered. However, Prunty gets the hand out to Magnano. He's assaulted by a couple of Tigers and brought over the boundary line. Another throw in. 5.5 minutes gone. Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Undefeated Park Orchards team struggling to hold on to that mantle now. Kane Keppel. Well, I think the tap actually came from his opponent, Baglava. Munro was there, though, for Park Orchards. Slipped over and it was easy prey.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary side with Brett Beston.
Yeah, probably one of the worst aspects of the weather today, boys, is there's absolutely no breeze down here. So the rain may sort of stick around for a while because there's just no wind to blow it away.
So this could be the state of things for quite a while. So Jesse Uren is awarded the free kick. Gets it down the line. Good mark taken by Crampton. He's in impressive form, is Nathan Crampton. Little chip. And Mitcham content to build the ball slowly on this play.
Good kick.
That was a good kick, and it's marked by Cherry. Gets it to the runner on the outside. It was Uren and now Parenti. Well, Uren to Parenti is that's music to the ears of Mitcham fans, no doubt.
How many times have they heard that over the years?
Exactly. So Parenti, he's got 2 already. Mitcham have 7 on the board already.
They made that look easy as well, Mitcham. You can see the driving rain out there, but just like waiting for the right option, taking their time, lowering the eyes and hitting the small targets. And Parenti out in front, he's on fire. You'd almost back him in here, wouldn't you?
I reckon. You'd hate to put the moz on him, but he's going to kick it from 45. He's got a bit of an angle to negotiate. Ball's a bit heavier than usual, no doubt. It's just faded right, however. Punch by Park Orchards defence. It stays in for quite a while. Tight roping the boundary line, but just goes out as Park Orchards gained a bit of territory from that punch.
As we said, 7.5 minutes gone in this second term. 7-4-46 the Tigers. Sharks 4 behinds. Thanks for joining us. Radio Eastland 98.1 FM for the full afternoon. As Park Orchards here to clear it out of defence. Long kick down the line again. Mitcham have got all the numbers here. Bounced off the hands of Jack Baldwin. Well done there by Ridley. But the kick, though, is a poor one. That's out of bounds on the full. And Mitcham will take this. It just seems to be everything, even when they're not under pressure, it's that perceived pressure from the Tigers that have undone a lot of Park Orchard's hard work.
Well, the good thing is that they've held Mitcham. They've still held Mitcham goalless in this second term, and if they can win the quarter by 3 goals, win the next couple by 2, then obviously they're well and truly back in the game. So keep the pressure up at the moment, but they've got to make their own opportunities up forward.
Absolutely right. Got to score soon as well. As Lovell takes a juggling mark, he'll send this one probably in the direction of Parenti. He does that, doing well there. The defender got a punch there in Cridlin, falls down to a Mitcham player. And they're able to clear this out, Park Orchards. Baglava tries to keep this in, and between him and Lovell, just couldn't quite do it as we go boundary to Brett Beston.
Yeah, just listening to you talking there, Ryan, about the perceived pressure, that was something else that Neil Winterton mentioned at quarter time. He was really, really happy with that aspect of their game.
Back into play right in front of Neil Winterton and his cadre of learned gentlemen. Push out from the ruck contest, but it's going to fall the way of Mitcham anyway. Wex gets a really interesting off the side of the boot kick to Jackson Hallow, and the lead up was Jack Parenti once again, and he's going to have it better angle than last time, but a little bit further out as we go Statswood with Paul Yukoni.
Yeah, they've only been inside 50 4 times in this second quarter, but they've still been able to take 2 marks inside 50, and the tackling pressure from both sides has been great. It's 9-7 the way of Mitcham.
So even though they've had more of the ball, Park Orchards, they've not been able to do this, get a clear shot at goal, which is what they need. But Mitcham have that right now through Jake Parenti, going for his third once more, and it's just going to hold up. This time he's kicked it way to left, and it's out on the full.
4 of averages, one more.
I think he needs to play the averages here, Parenti. Like in a dry weather football, yes, he'll kick the distance every time, but it's just proven 2 times in a row that that's beyond his range with the wet football.
So Patiri finds a target in Ridley at half-back, wants to switch it, chooses not to. Instead, will go down the corridor. Big pack of players to fly to this one, almost taking the mark there. Amir can quite keep it in control, pushed aside there, Keppel. We'll get a stoppage on that far side. Centre wing at the moment. Tigers 42-point leaders. No goals kicked in this second term yet. We're in some really good form, the reigning premiers. Coming off a 70-point win over Beaconsfield as they get a clearance here through Barnes. It's a one-on-one. Parenti almost was held there. Tapping it forward there, Cherry. It's turned over. Spiteri can't quite pick it up. Coming in there was Nick Hallow. Jesse Smythe. Ball juggling forward. Very tough to maintain possession of the football in these conditions. It's a bit of a scrap forward. We'll get another ball up inside 50, but right where the Tigers will like it.
Doncaster East by 9 points over Blackburn in the second term, whilst Vermont by 15 over Norwood. 35-point lead to East Ringwood over Roeville.
Whistle's gone from that stoppage, and a free kick's been picked out going Park Orchard's way, so they'll be able to get the clearing kick. Well, we're waiting on that now. And it's gone a bit more centre, well, through the hands of Lachlan there. I don't think it was a great kick. So Mitcham have numbers. Actually able to gain the footy, but the tackle was laid. Well done by Ridley. Well, it might not have been Ridley. Actually, there's more than one long sleeve player out there, and that was Jacob Vipond. So we'll get a ball up at centre half forward for Mitcham. Park Orchard still searching for their first goal and now struggling to get it inside 50 once more. But the kick goes forward. That's off the boot of Liam Jeffs. Diving mark, attempted mark. Yeah, surely. Odd ball according to the umpire. Nice try, though, Lockie Munro, as we go for more scores.
Yeah, 20-point lead to the Doggies over Berwick in the second quarter, and a handy lead of 11 points by Beaconsfield over Basie.
Mitcham go forward again, but that was cut off by Sam Allen. Important mark taken there because Mitcham are really threatening to go for it once again, and the mark's been taken now by Harry Leonard.
Yeah, you're right. They've been able to limit the bleeding in this second quarter, but haven't been able to score themselves. And Mitcham doing a lot of the attacking. Nick Hallow finds a target right on the boundary.
Expect the text keep coming in from Blake Tennant because the Trows are up by 31 points early against Montana.
Conlon goes forward for the Tigers. Jesse Smythe will fly for this one. Ooh. Couldn't quite get there. Park Orchard's now going forward, looking for this one. Macrikanis. And he's earned himself free kick and said it's Prozenac who'll take this. No.
It was a downfield free kick.
Macrikanis will. Yeah. But he'll pass it right to Prozenac running past. And he'll go towards the pocket. Punch from behind. Jack Baldwin there for the Tigers, dragging this one in. They get it out. And there's Baldwin back for the Tigers this week. Bouncing footy. Could have been out of bounds on the full there on that far side. So Park Orchards, once this ball comes back from the car park, will take this kick and look to send them back into attack, looking for their first.
Still in Division 1 here, Muzabi doing really well, 28-point lead over Doncaster, whilst North Ringwood playing South Belgrave today have a handy lead of 8 points.
Oh, the roughie. So inside forward 50 off the boot of I think it was Webb. And
he's gone through the gate.
Oh, no. So it's going to be a free kick in the way of Mitcham. Zach Elms to take it. Clearing kick here. Down the line. So it's going to be a contest. Up they go. Punch backward there off the hands of a Mitcham player. Upended. There was Sam Allen, but he got the kick away. It was lateral. Good kick off the ground there. Playing wet weather footy now at Mitcham.
Well
and they've
done.
got numbers as well. Marrow did really well to win that ball. He's got back up. It was Cherry. Now it's Flynn Maguire. He's got an option in his sights at the top of the goal square, but putting himself in the way. That was really good by, it might have been Cridland. Mitcham retain possession. Parenti, snap, goal.
Well, great persistence there by the Tigers to win the football and get the goal, but I thought it was a really stiff play by the umpire on Matty Haythorne for Park Orchards. I thought he took the mark, if not he was fouled upon, but at the same time, Parenti, he knows where to be, doesn't he? He's missed 2 shots, they've fallen short, this time left foot, bang, and he puts through his third for the afternoon.
It was a hard shot as well for a left foot kicker. Had to kick it on the outside, I believe.
I feel like every contest they've got more numbers there than Park Orchards. You saw that out at half back. It's about 4 on 2, and they just work the ball up so nicely along the wing to finish with a goal there, and 48 points, 8-goal lead. We never like to rule out a side, but when you're 8 goals down, the rain's coming, you're almost coming into half-time, haven't kicked a goal. It's not positive signs.
Got any heavy-set opera singers on the...
I'm actually curious at this point to know if Gavin's going to play anything for the Park Orchards when they kick a goal. Is it going to be a bit of Jabberjaw? Maybe, no respect.
Let's pretend we scored a goal, maybe. I don't know. Some canned crowd noise.
So back in the middle again.
33-point lead for East Burwood. Spider will be happy over Lilydales, whilst Heathmont, they are trailing by 4 points over Croydon. 15-point lead to Baronia over Ringwood, whilst Mulgrave trailing by 18 points. Templestowe doing well down there at the Apple Peel, whilst Basin lead Waverley Blues by 15.
And Tigers here, penalised, holding the ball against Nick Hallow. Well done, Spittier. He got the handball off to a runner coming past. Kick towards the far side. They need something at the moment. And even when they do go forward, they don't look overly convincing.
No.
And out of bounds, so 16 minutes gone in this second term. 8 forward to 4 behinds. Let us know where you're listening in or watching in this afternoon. Blake from Geelong. Thanks, Blake, for listening in.
Whisper.
And if you're out at Fair Park and Donvale, let us know some scores there, because lift your game, because we're waiting on those. Fentry Gully trail Oakley by 2 points. Sylvan are really struggling against Coldstream. They're up by 7 goals, the Coldstream side.
Here's a chance of Park Orchards. Coming in was number 68 in Webb. Couldn't mark it, and we'll get a ball up inside 50. Just have to kick a goal soon. 4 behinds. And they're a high-scoring side, but they've just been outplayed for the full 35 minutes of this game so far.
More scores in Division 3, and at Surrey Park, Josh Ward's always smiling, but he'll be beaming knowing that his side's up by 31 points over Upper Fentry Gully, and a 9-point lead to Knox now over Warrandyte.
Thank you, BWS. Keep an eye on those scores across the afternoon. So we get another stoppage inside 50. 17 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 8-4, 52 Tigers, 4 behinds Park Orchards.
Bit of a scrum situation in those past couple of stoppages, but the slam tap comes from Baglava down the throat of Jackson Hallow, who was set upon by a couple of Sharks, and will have another stoppage. 17 and a half minutes gone. Park Orchards, well, it's they're keeping it inside forward 50. As soon as I say that, high up and under kick comes from Mitcham. Will they be able to rebound? Clever little couple of taps there by Smythe. He was intercepted, however, by a Park Orchards player. High tackle on Whitnish, so he'll take the free kick. Probably the best player out there at the moment for the Sharks, and it was a great kick as well. He finds the safe hands of Henry Amir, who's had an interesting game. He started his day playing on Jake Parenti, and now he's been swung forward, and he could be the one to kick Park Orchards' first goal.
Really the first time as well that a lead up forward from Park Orchards has been able to pull one down across the half-forward line. Great mark by Amir in these conditions.
And so he's going to kick it from the 45, kicked it a little bit too high towards the top of the goal square. bounced off, I think, the face of a Mitcham player and over the line harmlessly for Park Orchards. 5th behind, 18.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. That is 5 behinds to 8-4-52. The reigning premiers looking like they're at their best at the moment.
Tigers clearing this one out. Oh, big fly from Smythe. He's going to get one eventually. Out the back. Trying to trap this footy. It's Spiteri, but he's caught by 2 Tigers. We'll get another ball up.
Some scores in Division 4. Kilsyth up by 3 points over Whitehorse. Wacker will be happy about that one out at Pink's Reserve. Nuttawading still leading Forest Hill. And if you're out at the game between Scoresby and Croydon North Emlock, please let us know some scores. We want to know.
Absolutely. Keep them coming through. Not just on the social media. We want them on the app. That's where people go to look at all the scores around the grounds. Biggest question I get asked when I come to grounds, where's the scores?
And where's the record?
That's only from Ray Baird.
On that topic, I was out at a Div 2 women's game in another league that a friend was playing in, and they were updating the scores instantly. So if they can do that in another league, Eastern, we can do better here.
Well, women are very efficient, we know that.
Keep in mind, for Fair Park, there is 0 internet, so... Because it's only opposite EFNL House, which has 0 internet. So
maybe we'll give them a break on that one. So there's been a couple of stoppages where not much has happened as we've been yammering away up here. Baglova just dismissed his opponent in the ruck contest and gets a high up and under clearance. No mark taken. On the full of the ball there was Kieran Hickey laying a tackle. Another ball up. Picking himself up there was that is Jack Conlon. So free kick given there to Mitcham. Kick goes over the wing. Front and centre was Guy Lachlan. Kicks it to centre half forward. He didn't really have any options in the middle there, so Liam Webb took an easy mark. He turned the ball over though, gave Parenti an opportunity, and usually that would have been a damning opportunity for Park Orchards. However, it's bounced into the behind post, and we'll have a throw in the pocket there. That was a critical mistake there by Park Orchards. Liam Webb, unfortunately.
Probably a good result, though, for Mitcham as the ball hit the behind post, keeping it in there.
Exactly. So, back into play. Chasing it over the line was Jesse Smythe.
Got a quarter time score out of Fair Park Reserve. 3-2-20 the Lions lead Donvale, 2-3-15.
Well, that's something that they can, no matter how the rest of the game goes, that's something that Fair Park can take away from it. Well, meeting the ball at speed there was Tom Lovell. Couldn't do anything with it, however, and Park Orchards get the rebounding kick. Liam Webb takes a diving mark. It might have been a free kick, actually.
Free kick to Heron.
Oh, yeah,
downfield.
Sam Heron. He's seen Josh Chappell. He just kicked it over his head. So, and Mitcham have the numbers at ground level. The handball is intercepted by Prunty, and he's got an open goal square to kick it into. It's going to bounce through for Park Orchards, 6th behind. So peppering away in fits and spurts here at Park Orchards, but ultimately no goals.
It's there's no one was forward there that time. They get the one opportunity. Prunty just has no other opportunity but to blaze away for goal, and it doesn't work in their favour. And they just can't take a trick at the moment, Park Orchards.
Certainly not. Wex takes the kick in, finds Baldwin. Back in the side this week. Great to see. He goes down the line. Lovell flies. So did Allen. Out the back, and again, it's a one-on-one opportunity here for the Tigers in Smythe. He'll slide that one out of bounds. 22.5 minutes gone. Paul Uconi Stats Centre.
Yeah, the inside 50s this quarter are 11-7 the way of South Belgrave. Not South Belgrave, Park Orchards.
That's all right. Same colours.
Same colours.
Same sort of clash strip almost a little bit too. The same colours, but ball brought back into play. Baglava almost bounced off his head. A free kick being paid, and it is going the way of the Tigers. And that man Baglava, who has had a great first half, might pass it off here to the runner. Instead goes to the hot spot. Where's Parenti? Big pack of players fly. Punch from behind. Falls out into space here. 3 players went at it. 2 Sharks collided, but they get the handball out through Verpont. It's coming back through Crampton, though, for the Tigers. Bouncing footy, trapped by Lachlan. Kicks it right up into the air. Won't be 15. Grabbing it first was Cridlin as he's tackled by Lachlan inside 50.
Be a very long time since Park Orchards haven't kicked a goal in the first half, and it's almost getting towards that stage now.
Oh, it's looking like it. Need Need a fact check on when was the last time. Big tackle. Gone. And that is holding the ball. And it is Cherry to take this.
A few fans in the grandstand there.
Well, that's where I thought it was actually Lachlan, but thanks to them calling out his name, we know who it is. He's got a very different haircut to last time we saw him, Jared. Remember in grand final?
It looks a bit like Guy Lachlan as well, to your credit.
It's it does a little bit as
shaved sides.
Cherry will come in. The best on ground medalist from last year's grand final, where the Tigers won by 4 points over South Belgrave, defeating an undefeated side that year. And now they're on their way to defeat. Oh, that's off the side of the boot. Park Orchard still can't quite get the mark, but they control it well. Kicking that out, Heron. Towards a pack of players. A free kick here is going to be paid to Jackson Hallow. Oh, actually, we'll go in favour of Park Orchards out here at halfback.
So, a late opportunity for the Sharks. The kick comes down the line. It's a high one. Not too many options laterally. Great mark over the top. And that's got to have been Keppel. Kicks it down the line. Macrocanis is on offer in the pocket, but it's gone out on the full.
4-on-1 situation there, and that's the mark of the day so far. Fantastic mark by Keppel.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Ringwood Mazda, thank you very much. So Flynn Maguire will take the mark in the goal square and kick it straight down the line for the Tigers. Punch over the top. Jackson Haller was there, couldn't handle it. Kane Keppel just took that great mark and now finds himself on the ground, extracting it with his elms, and he's kicked it out in the full.
Get down to Ringwood Mazda if you can, if you're looking for a new car. I'm not far off it.
You wouldn't think this quarter would go on for too long. We've only had one goal for the quarter, so
that's right.
We've had 25 minutes.
Getting a good discount down there, right?
Yeah, he certainly will. Just tell him I sent you. The ball goes out the back. Sorry, Jared.
No, that's all right.
This kick cleared out by Maguire.
Right in the back.
There's a free kick here awarded to the Tigers. Cowman. Sorry, you got excited on that one.
Yeah, we hadn't done the passover. I didn't know who was going.
Sorry, as Cowman goes down the line. I was too busy talking about car deals at Ringwood Mazda. Smythe got the tap backwards, running onto this. I think it might have been Barnes. Tap forward by Munro was a smart one. Parenti's got it, but it's going to come back here. It's a free kick towards the Sharks.
8 free kicks.
I'll pass it over now to you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Jared.
That's okay.
8 free kicks to 5 this quarter in favour of Park Orchards.
Thank you very much, Paul. So Webb's the target there. Coming across was Lachlan. Lost the ball for a second, but he was able to track it at ground level. Got the handball away. High tackle laid. Or was it a duck, says the umpire?
He was blindsided, the umpire.
So it'll be just the ball up there. 26 and a half minutes gone in the second quarter. Bandigo scoreboard 52-6. Park Orchard still goalless. Jake Parenti finds himself with it. Hands it to Lachlan. Flying kick inside forward 50, just into the pocket. Cut off just about there by Leonard. And trickles over the boundary line.
What's John O'Ven sitting on the ground, or has he just bailed down there?
He's gone. Oh, no, he's in the crowd, sort of. He's on the other side of the fence. So tapping it front and centre was the Park Orchards ruckman. Just getting away there was Prozenak. Just slams it onto the boot. And Keppel was the option down the line, but it was punched away from him and over the line again.
Yes, that's right. So got to be close to half-time here. 27 minutes gone, second term. Tigers 8-4-52. Park Orchards 0-6-6. This ball brought back into play. This ball going nowhere, Dan Beard. We'll take this again and we'll get a ball up here. Thanks for joining us across the afternoon. Let us know if you're at a ground and the scores of that ground is we continue across the afternoon.
Some scores coming through at Premier Division. 5-point lead to Doncaster East. Vermont doing it quite comfortably by 38 points over Norwood. 20-point lead to East Ringwood over Rowville, and an 8-point lead by the Doggies over Berwick.
Back in play it was. Oh, sorry. You're on your phone there for a sec, Ryan. I thought I would...
Great at multitasking,
I'll let you multitask away then.
Oh, well, he's Parenti. Jesse, you're in! Hey! Ringwood Mazda mark of the day. Uren goes forward, looking for a level.
Beautiful
on
kid.
The chest. And there's your siren.
Go
for
it,
a shot.
Malcolm Blight.
Have a shot.
He had to be convinced into it by a teammate.
60 out. I can guarantee this will be the Tobin Brothers goal of the day if it goes through. It's a long way out. The ball's very heavy. We've had wet conditions this first half. Tom Lovell. Go the top.
Yep.
See where this goes. You know what? Not a bad effort. Very short, but it was accurate.
Yeah, not a good effort.
For half-time here for Mitcham. 8-4-52. Park Orchards 6 behinds. Jared Beanland, the lead. Sorry, you put your headset off. Sorry, mate. I threw you under the bus. The goal kickers at half-time.
So that's 3 for Parenti for Mitcham. They've also got 1 each to Marrow, Crampton, Barnes, Lachlan and Smythe. No goal kickers for Park Orchards. And we will be back with the half-time show as the boys from the boundary line will join Ryan Long up here in the box. And we'll come back to you for the half-time show. Thanks for tuning in to the Eastland Match of the Round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
It is half-time here at the MCG of the East Walker Park, of course, and Mitcham lead in a big way, 8-4-52 against Park Orchards, 6 behinds for the Eastland Match of the Round. John O'Ven is my name. I'm joined by my fellow boundary rider in Brett Beston and Ben Warren-Smith, who will give us some scores.
Yeah, plenty of great games as you go local for your football this afternoon. Let's start in Premier Division. It's a 6-point lead. I like reading this one out. Doncaster East over Blackburn at the moment. A handy 38-point lead at halftime by Vermont over Norwood. In Roval versus East Ringwood, this was touted as the match of the round. It's a 20-point lead to East Ringwood out at Seabeck Oval. Whilst and it's really low-scoring affair. It's a South Croydon lead by 8 points over Berwick as we turn our attention to Division 1 football. Bayswater trailing by 17 points over to Beaconsfield. Mitcham obviously powerful lead here. This game's over, there's no doubt about that, as is the Montrose game. They are smashing Montana South 53-17. 24-point lead to Muralbark over Doncaster, so they've doubled their score. 12-point lead to South Belgrave over North Ringwood. As we turn our attention out to Division 2 footballers, you go local for your football today. And out at East Burwood, they're comfortable leaders over Lilydale, who like the Park Orchards Football Club, haven't kicked a goal in the first half. So a 32-point lead out there to the Rams. Heathmont trail by 2 points to Croydon in a close one out at H.E. Parker Reserve. Ringwood, they're struggling today against Baronia, 26-52. So the Hawks have doubled their score. Whilst Mulgrave trail Templestowe by 13 points in a bit of an upset, luring out there at Templestowe Reserve.
It's getting away from him.
Whilst a 7-point lead to the Basin over Gav Casey's Waverley Blues as we turn our attention out to Division 3 football today. Just bear with me for 1 second as we cross out there. We're still waiting on some scores from Fair Park and Donvale. We know that Fair Park are up a quarter time, so we're just waiting for somebody to update the app. That would be nice. Not asking too much there. 8-point lead to Oakley over Ferntree Gully. Sylvan Coldstream doing it really easy over Sylvan at the moment. A 28-point lead to them, while Surrey Park comfortable leaders by 31 points over Upper Ferntree Gully. And Knox have come back, and early leaders were Warrandyte in this game, but Knox have come back and they're up by almost 4 goals out there. As we go to Division 4 now, gents, as we go through those final scores out there. Still waiting on that score from Scoresby and Croydon North Hemlock. That would be handy. 9-point lead to Kilsyth over the Whitehorse Pioneers. And Nuttawading, check this one out. They're up by 28 points over Forest Hill in the local derby.
That is huge. That is huge. Back to this game, though, here at Walker Park. It looks like as soon as we're undercover, BWS, the sky's starting to open up and we're resuming normal programming here in Melbourne. But, look, with the scoreline in mind, Besto, I'll go to you first. Where has it gone wrong for Park Orchards and how do they recover?
Oh, they've just been totally outplayed. They've been beaten in the middle of the ground. Parente got off the leash when the game was there to be won in that first quarter. He was fantastic. They've had other good contributors as well. Baglava's been terrific at the ruck, so he's given them first use. And really, it was all sort of lost in that first quarter. What were they? It was 42, was 46 or something in the first quarter. And whilst there was only one goal kicked in that term, it really doesn't matter because at 52-6, the conditions will obviously a little bit, they'll dictate they'll probably be quite low scoring from here on in anyway. But Mitcham would probably declare because they're home and hose, to be honest.
At BWS.
Just like Hawthorn are over Adelaide, it looks at the MCG as well.
2014 Premiership reunion as well.
I think you summed it up really well, Besto. Look, it's really just they're just first at the ball at every contest at the moment. Mitcham, they're out. They're hungry today is the way I'd describe their football. Hungry for the ball, hungry to play in front, to make position, and they're using their opportunities well as well. They've got those targets up forward that are working well for them. The small forwards are finding position when they need to. Even as the conditions actually change throughout this game, their game plan and their style didn't differ. It did get a little bit slippery there in that second term and a little bit stagnant at time to time, but I thought Park Orchards might have come out there and narrowed that margin a little bit. It's not that they're not trying, they just can't get it to stick across that half forward line, and they're really breaking down when the ball goes forward. And
that's right.
And other opportunities when they're pushing up as well. So a few times the ball's been able to go into the forward line. No one's been home as well. So the ball's just scooted over the top and either gone out of bounds or through for a behind. So what can they do to turn this game around? I really don't know. It's like, how do you steal the hunger off another side who really wants this so badly? You can't think Mitcham are going to be able to go at this pace the whole game.
Look, the only thing you could potentially maybe hang your hat on, and it's a fairly long bow to draw, is that when a side can sometimes gets out by a big margin, they can sometimes just take the foot off the pedal and maybe not exactly relax, but they just might get a bit complacent. So maybe there could be a Park Orchards opportunity there. But we're probably, as I say, drawing a fairly long bow because at 52-6,
they won't leave a window open. They'll play this quarter to put the game to bed, and then exactly like you said, if there's that opportunity just to slow things down, they'll take that as the game progresses. Once the rain comes back out, when you boys step out there,
trust you. So we spoke with Neil earlier this afternoon, and he was just noting that they haven't really put a four-quarter performance together. So perhaps they might just take off they want to take the foot off the gas slightly, but not too much. I think Paris would probably assume that they might only just, and that just might just give them the edge. So it's probably only psychological at this point, where maybe they just might be able to get the upper hand in the first couple of minutes.
Well, now that you say that about Neil, and I forgot that he did say that, I think the task will be to them to run this game right out now, and really make a statement for this. Maybe make a big statement for this division. That the Mitcham Football Club are certainly one of the ones to watch.
Yeah, but it's hard to know. I mean, Park Orchards haven't lost a game before today. So, I mean, you could have made a case for Mitcham coming into this game to win in a close one, but why it's blowing out like this is it's baffling, really.
It's almost like the Brett Beston curse, isn't it? You went and jumped on the Park Orchards bandwagon today, and you were wondering whether to jump on Mitcham, weren't you?
I mean, not to further throw you under the bus, Besto, but
I think I picked Mitcham. I'm pretty sure before I said I thought Park Orchards would go okay, but I tipped Mitcham in a close one. Thank you very much.
I think there's also a boundary riding curse, because I reckon the past couple of times I've been on the boundary with Besto, it's bucketed down. But no, so if you're
they've been memorable once for Besto.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. So we are obviously approaching the second half here in the Eastland match of the round. Let's let's perhaps put the coaches' hats on. BWS, I'll go to you first. What are you expecting the Mitcham boys to bring out here in the second half? Full on the gas completely?
Well, at the end of the day, they're the ones that are in lead. The game's been actually played on their terms, and that's the way that they'll want it to keep happening. And what they just need to do is keep sticking to what's been working for them, and that's actually been the first at the ball and keeping that pressure on, that forward pressure on. And that's what they're doing well. Park Orchards, they need to come out and look. I don't know. Do they need to take risks? They seem like they have been doing that. They've been trying to play the corridor. They've been trying to go direct. I think what they need to probably do is just to start just getting the confidence up by actually chipping the ball around, actually finding that space, finding that possession, getting those marks, and slowly but surely the confidence will come. Just trying to bang it forward and find that direct way to go on that avenue. That's not working for them because the defenders for Mitcham, they're right on the hammer. They're knocking the ball away. They're not giving an inch. That's how I see the game today. Mitcham are not giving Park Orchards an inch.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think just maybe a bit of kick mark for the first sort of 5 minutes to get their hands on the football, try and get the game on their terms, and if they could pinch a couple early, well then who knows. But at the moment, it's just, as you say, Mitcham have got the game on their terms, and Park Orchards have to arrest it if they have any chance at all of just eroding into this margin.
Well, both teams are out on the ground. So we're not too far away from an ad break, of course, but I mean, do we think that Mitcham will probably keep that margin come the final term?
Look, at the end of the day, the game's done and dusted. You can't come back in these, and it's silly to call it, and it's wrong, and I know, and that's not what we should do. But I like to say it out loud because that might just give the sniff for Park Orchards to come back and make a goer of this one. But Mitcham, look, they're doing what they need to do, and Park Orchards, well, they want to win the second half. That's the most important thing. They've been a great side. Let's see what they can do.
Indeed. Thank you very much, BWS. And Besto, that is the halftime show done. Back with the second half, rather, in the Eastland match of the round right after this.
We might not actually have a chance for a break because I reckon they're going to start.
Keep it rolling. You managed to go down into the rooms at halftime, Lee. A few guest speakers happening down there.
Yeah, including Ryan Long, one media manager of the NFL. He was actually doing the raffle draw for one of the for the president. The gatherings down there at the moment.
Did he put his hand up that? Because he's already said that his grandpa are here, so I wonder if one of those tickets might have come out of the jar.
Unfortunately, I didn't stay draw itself. I had to get back up here, but as I said, it looks like they're pretty much going to go straight ahead. So you guys might have to start the call.
Well, this might be finally my Eastland match of the round. It's finally come.
Well, what we'll do is we'll get the other boundary mic ready just to hand to Ryan as he comes back in, and we'll just send him down with the umbrella. How about that, John?
All right. Well, here we go. Let's. All is pretty much in readiness. So Jared might take the mic, and perhaps BWS considering.
I can always step in.
You can definitely step in. I might actually duck out. And here's Ryan.
Here he is.
I spoke too soon. Maybe next week.
After his dad and grandpa have won the raffle, after he's pulled out the winning ticket for them, he's managed to find his way back up into the box. Ryan Long, as second half is about to get underway here. What can Park Orchards do? They trail by 46 points. It's a big ask, but they're a classy unit, and let's see what they can put out.
Yeah, absolutely right. BWS as we get started for the third quarter. What is the score now? 46 points.
Yes, we do.
As a third quarter underway, Jared Beanland is still eating, so I'll take it away. Out of the middle here, Park Orchards. The kick forward from Prunty was cut off. And a free kick here, been awarded to the Tigers. Jesse Uren, the skipper. Take possession of the football. Had the Ringwood Mazda mark of the day locked up. He kicks towards the far side, cut off there by Keppel. The Tigers still able to maintain possession of the football. Inside 50, Marrow out the back, standing in front. Park Orchards defender there.
Haythorne, good mark.
Haythorne, so need him to have a massive second half if there any chance of coming back into this game. Not the only player that probably needs to stand up. Quite a few as well. Talked about Prosenak as the star of the side. Hasn't had too much of the footy himself in this first half. As out the back here, might be a chance for Prosenak. He's not first to the footy. And the Tigers get this going through the middle of the ground. Barnes bouncing footy inside 50. Eluded everyone.
Oh, he's lucky. He just sort of sat on that one.
So we'll get a ball up inside 50 here for Park Orchards, for the Tigers.
My apologies for being a bit late. It was a good thing and a bad thing. It's a very crowded canteen down there. As out of the pack comes Jesse Smythe with a flying shot at goal, and he's got the first one of the second quarter. Excellent work there. The second half, I should have said.
And that's his second there, Jesse Smythe. And once again, just be at the ability to read the play. And, of course, it wasn't a Mitcham ruckman who got the tap down, but just being able to read that palm down straight into the arms. And a great finish, too. 40 metres out, a snap around the body. Sensational work.
You weren't late,
Very
by the way, Jared. They started way early.
We should have come inside into the rooms there and heard me speak and have a drink and something to eat inside instead of going to the canteen, mate. You missed out. As we're back in the middle, Baglava, the tap down. Jesse Uren looking for this one. Macricanis comes in there. Does Daniel Wex. Inside 50 here for Park Orchards. Bouncing footy.
Lid is off.
This one falls out.
The lid's off, apparently.
Yeah. Riley Nicholas. We've just had problems with boundary riders and their mics not turning them off while they're speaking, as this comes to Guy Lachlan.
Cheeky.
Has anyone heard from Blake Tennant since he went out to Ringwood last Saturday night?
No, we haven't. We haven't seen him since. As the ball comes out here for Park Orchards, mark taken by Price Inglis. Have we heard from him today about the scores?
I did see him on Wednesday. He commentated the junior at Tormore.
Price Inglis down, looking for Keppel. Out the back is Baglava, just bounces out of bounds, and now we'll go boundary side.
Yeah, probably the shortest halftime address in the history of the world. I just asked Neil what he said to them, and he basically just said more of the same. So it's working for them. There's 52 points ahead on the scoreboard, so you won't see much change from Mitcham in this term.
And why not? Because they have ruled this game, and Park Orchards have not been able to show any ability to do anything different about it, as Uren was able to lay the tackle on Whitnish, hold the ball up, and
looking quite bronze there, Dan Beard. Solarium-like.
Especially not in this weather. It had to have been a solarium. So a short kick out of the pack falls into the hands of Webb as he was tackled. Another ball up, back in the hands of Mr. Bronze. Up we go. Chappell versus Baglava. Tapped it down to Magnano. Wending his way through. That's Prosenak got the handball and a high up and under kick towards the 45-metre line. Conlon gets a clearing kick towards the boundary line. It'll go over again.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary side with John O'Van.
Just a bit of a weather report at the moment. The ground drains fantastically well, so it's a little bit wet underfoot, and the clouds have broken open, so it's set to be a decent afternoon. Sorry, BWS.
Back we go. So Chappell gets the tap out. Prunty with the secondary tap out. Hallow sharked it. That's Nick Hallow, former Basin man, of course. He was wrapped up. Another ball up. Baglava gets the tap this time. Back to Nick Hallow. Swings round. Gets the kick down the line. Intercept mark. Well taken there by Price Inglis. And he gets it off to Prunty. He just fumbled that one in the centre of the ground. So will Mitcham be able to pounce? There's numbers around it. Allen tackled out of it. Feasted on by two Tigers down there. And a ball up.
They just don't have at the moment, and this is the confidence factor we were talking about. They don't have that confidence where they can link up and run through the middle. Once again, they should have stopped, propped, and waited for another option or two to get the ball inside forward 50.
Park Orchards here, chance through Hickey, bouncing footy and It's a one-on-one contest. Big tackle from behind there from Park Orchards holding the ball. Kane Keppel. It's been the one-on-one contest usually that Mitcham have won. This time in favour of Keppel. Will send them into attack. But even then, they haven't taken too many marks inside 50. That's a long kick towards the top of the square. And Wex will punch that through. And he'll take this because he wants the kick in for the Premier Data points on Monday. Yeah, he'll tell you about it too. Oh, Wexy.
Nearly a 50-point lead to Vermont over Norwood, and a big hello to Wayne Brasher, who's listening from home only a few minutes away today. G'day, Brash.
G'day, Brash. Is that kick out of bounds on the full, and that will hurt his Premier Data points.
And also Berwick finishing off the first half really well, kicking a couple of late goals. So they lead South Croydon by 6 points at halftime out there.
Could be a first win for the Wickers
at the Kennel.
Very interesting game there. Prozenak be too far out to score, and he'll chip this forward and find a teammate there in Hickey. Again, very tough angle, so he'll extend that here and have a shot on goal.
Nice.
And there it is. First goal for Park Orchards, 1-7-13, Mitcham 9-4-58. And it's come 6 minutes into the third quarter, which is quite hard to believe for a side like this as a definite Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender, I think.
Fantastic bit of play there, and that's enough. That's what they needed. That they need to lift the spirits, and a fantastic goal there by Hickey, who just you wouldn't have backed him in these conditions there, but that went straight over the goal umpire's head. Maybe that can give them the boost that they need. They seem to have started a little bit more positively in this second half. Park Orchards have won a bit more of the football. Let's see if they can get the all-important clearance and a couple of goals in a row, but that's not going to happen too quickly because they've just been a free kick paid to Mitcham in the guts.
Oh, that's a coach killer. So Bugliver's able to get the kick down towards. Reading it off the pack really well was Lucas Marrow, and he gets the quick response that the Tigers, well, they didn't necessarily need it, but they're making a statement with it, that's for sure.
Once again, there's those small forwards of Mitcham who just know how to read the play. You see Marrow coming off the side there. It was a long kick inside forward 50, just picked it up and just slammed it on the boot as easy as you like when they do it like that.
Absolutely right. 10-4-64, 1-7-13. 51-point leaders, the Tigers. They are in ripping form at the moment, coming off 3 wins in a row, 2 really impressive ones in recent weeks. This one will be their best. They won't lose it from here. Jesse Uren. It's going to come back here to Park Orchard. It's going to be Magnano to take the free kick for a throw. Back in the centre of the ground. See what they can do here. They are on the board now.
Ignored Prozenak there. Sorry, Ryan.
Well, instead, he'll just send it into a pocket here to Keppel. Falls onto his lap.
Beautiful
Kane
kick.
Keppel can line up for the Sharks' second. You're absolutely right. That was a perfect kick inside 50. So made the right decision in the end.
It's amazing he had so much space, Keppel, because that ball travelled every bit of 45, 50 metres right out on his chest. And after their hearts got broken with that quick reply, let's see if they can get one back here, the Sharks.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll come in from about 35 metres out. Keppel kick on the way. Just to the left, so a minor score as the Mitcham crowd behind the goals cheer that one through.
Yeah, I love it how the 19s always sit behind the goals. They always create that bit of theatre at all the games we go to. It's great stuff.
Yeah, very nice.
Sneaking cans in.
Flynn Maguire with the kick in. Oh, good ride there by McLaren Spiteri, but yes, it looks like he's been awarded the free kick, I think, from that one. I don't think he actually held on to the mark. So he's got options ahead of him. Where's he going to go? Into the pocket. There's space there, but there was also a Mitcham defender in Wexy, and he's just punched it over the line. 9 minutes gone in the third quarter. Mitcham 64, Park Orchards 14. Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Very surprising start to this game, as I think the ball's making its way back from the car park. 50-point lead. Park Orchards held goalless in the first half. If you've just joined us here on Eastern 98.1, on the Facebook and the YouTube streams as well, as we'll get another throw in here as Bryce Inglis was carried over the line. Neil Winterton very happy with the performance at halftime. I asked him before the game whether or not he's had a complete performance from his players yet. It's not realistic that you would get a complete performance across 4 quarters. Footy is a game of momentum, but I mean, this is just about as close as you're going to get to something like that. As we get another ball in, Baglava versus Chappell. Chappell was able to, well, not quite extract it now. Park Orchards do. Prunty into the pocket, and it's going to be a downfield free kick because Prunty was upended after he kicked the ball. And so we'll see who the closest player was to where the ball ended up, and it's Kane Keppel, so we'll have another shot at it. Important player for Park Orchards, to say the least. Kane Keppel, 23 goals for the season. VFL experience with the Northern Bull Ants.
Yeah, Jackson Halo just giving the shirt front there and being dragged for it as well, mind you.
Oh, gee, yeah, he's come off. So in comes Keppel. He needed that one, and it was an absolutely a wonky attempt at goal there by Keppel, and we'll get Mitcham to kick it in again. It's 1-9-15 to 10-4, 64. Let's go to Brett Beston on the boundary line.
It's no real surprise, but they're so relaxed out here on the Mitcham bench. I just saw Jesse Cherry. He's chatting to the guys on the other side of the fence, giving them high fives, and Danny Baglava just came off as well, and he just looks like he could go and have a lay down. He's just they're so chilled down here. They've got this game in the bag, but rightly so.
Socket off the ground here. Chance for Park Orchards. Almost holding the ball. Nothing paid. Keppel's there. The mark taken in defence for the Tigers. So a big chance there from Whitnish. As the Tigers switch this one. Finds Wex in the pocket. For the Tigers here, it'll go down the line. Lovell's in that direction. And instead it's Munro who'll take the mark. Give Park Orchards another chance. 1-9-15 they are. 10-4-64 the Tigers. Inside 50. Oh, almost a mark by, I believe that was Nicholas. He's had a good start to the season.
Some Division 1 scores. Beaconsfield lead Bayswater by a handy 15 points. Also Montrose 47-point leaders over Wanturna South, and a 16-point lead to Murrelbach over Doncaster.
So ball comes out here. Running onto this one, Conlon. He's got Magnano to beat. Banjulum will beat both of them, and we'll get a boundary throw in. 12.5 minutes gone. 10-4-64 Tigers. 1-9-15 Sharks.
Mitcham content to have this game sort of play out as it has been. Remain defensive. Enjoy the stoppages and the rest that gives them. So Magnano out from this stoppage. Kicks it inside forward 50 over the head of the Mitcham defender there. Prosnap picks it up. Gets the handball backward, but it was an outnumber in favour of Mitcham. And the tackle was laid by Elms in that situation. Sam Heron hasn't really been able to get into the game so far. And whistle's gone from that, and it's a block in the ruck contest. So Tom Lovell will take the free kick, chip it out to Conlon. And Conlon will go further down the line onto the wing. Over the top came the punch from Tom Livingston, and over the line it goes.
18-point lead by South Belgrave over North Ringwood as well. Another score. Rowville is still trailing East Ringwood, but back to 19 points, and a 2-goal lead to Berwick over the Doggies at the Kennel still.
That's a big one. BWS, that is a big one, isn't it? So free kick goes the way of Jesse Uren. Looking for options. Steps around his man in Whitnish and sends a torp. Why not? Straight into the chest of... Who's that there? Is that Webb? No, McLaren Spiteri, and he'll take it away for Park Orchards.
So out here at half-back at the moment, Macrocanis is the MEGT Rookie of the Day a couple of weeks ago. Passed off to Spiteri, who is eligible for the award, and finds Keppel on the chest, who almost falls over the fence on that far side, but starting to get his way back into the game in this third term.
Just needs to kick some goals.
Yeah, just the only thing... his blemish at the moment in this quarter. This is a dangerous spot here. Marrow for the Tigers. We'll get a ball up inside 50, 1-9 to 10-4.
In Division 2, it's a 57-point lead by East Burl.
Oh, Jesus, over the top. Who was that? Keppel.
Wasn't a free kick either.
No.
Can you do that in the
Yeah,
ruck?
I'm not sure that.
I don't know about that.
He's on his shoulders there, Keppel. Sorry, BWS.
No, you're right, mate. Keep going.
Baglava and Keppel to compete here. This one comes out. Tigers will get a kick forward through Cherry. Lovell slams on the boot. Allen's underneath this for the Sharks. Fell through his hands. Smythe got a handball backwards. Park Orchards go forward again, but there's about 5 Tigers there, and they'll be able to wrap this one up. It's a holding the ball free kick, though. It's either going to be in the back or on the ball, and Keppel again from outside the 45 mark will look to play this one on just on the 15-metre mark. Liam Jeffs.
It's too far out to score, and I think this is a really low percentage shot on goal, to be honest.
It is in these conditions. The ball will be quite heavy, so he's going to have to kick this very well. He'll be kicking it past the 45-metre line. Long way out from home, not much of an angle. And that's right into the man of the mark in Parenti. And you're on the money, BWS. As we'll go back to you for some scores around the grounds.
Thanks, mate. Staying in Division 2 now. Heathmont are coming back against Croydon, so they only trail by 7 points now. Baroni is still a very handy 5-goal lead over Ringwood, whilst Templestowe, they're running away with this one. They're up by 5 goals over Mulgrave.
Ooh, interesting. So the Lions, well, they might be losing a spot in the 5 for that one. Marrow receives the handball, gets one inboard now. Good tackle on Porter. Porter had to turn tackler, and I think he took Hickey high. Or was it holding the man? Either way, free kick to Kieran Hickey. He's going to play on with it, inside forward 50. Who's the target down there for Park Orchards? Well, Elm's got the punch over the top. Whistle went. Didn't think it was a mark, but Mitcham will play on with it anyway. This is Nat Barnes, tackled by Heron. Rebecca gets it out, and now Mitcham, they're going to chain it through handballs. Parenti's one of those ones. He's got the high up and under kick towards
the car park.
The car park, yeah. That's it. And over the line. Now, did it bounce just before the line, or
no, it's gone out?
It's bounced out. Over the fence.
Okay.
He had the right idea. He had no one forward of the ball there, so he had to just kick it up as high as he could, create some space. He was going to go. It was trying to disguise what would have been a deliberate out of bounds, but it didn't matter because it went out of bounds on the full.
It was deliberately into the Mazda.
Just a huge game. You can go down to Ringwood and get another one, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Huge game out at the Bear Cave as well today. 3-point lead. The Basin have hit the front over Waverley Blues.
Ooh. Park Orchards down the line, but Mitcham will return favour. Straight down the line. Smythe was the target. Fell out of his hands. Leonard gets a spearing ball onto the wing. Park Orchards, little chip to Prozenak. Challenged, however, by a couple of Tigers. Elms, one of them, got to get the handball away to Maguire, and Porter upended by Heron, and we'll get another ball up over on the outer side. Nearly 18 minutes gone in the third quarter. Mitcham 64, Park Orchards 15. Not the result we were expecting today. Ryan Long to take over.
Yeah, you're certainly right on that one. You do have to take note that Park Orchards, of course, was undefeated coming into this game. First loss of the season. There's that ball out of bounds on the full, so they'll have another chance to make the most of this. But even their chances inside 50, they haven't had, if you look at the percentages,
inside 50s this quarter are 12-4 the way of Park Orchards.
8-point lead to Oakley over Ferntree Gully, whilst in the battle of the Kitty Cats. I said it was the 2 Cougars before, of course, 7 are just the Cats, but they're coming back. 20-point lead now only to Coldstream.
Interesting there is Keppel flew for that one, fell through his hands. Cherry soccers it off the ground and finds Jesse Uren inside 50. Guy Lachlan out the back. Couldn't quite mark it, but controlled it well. Will snap around the corner. That kick bouncing, not going to make it through, and Park Orchards will just see it through from behind. 10-5, 65 to Park Orchards, 1-9-15. Coming up to the 20th minute mark of this third term.
Upper Ferntree Gully are coming back against Surrey Park. Margin only now 14 points, whilst Warrandyte still trailing Knox by 5 goals out at Warrandyte Reserve.
Well, Spiteri's kick was aimed at Whitnish, but he slipped over and allowed the Tigers an opportunity to punch it over the line. So that's exactly what they did out there in front of Paris Harvey and the Park Orchards bench.
Nuttawading by 20 points still over Forest Hill in the third term out there at Nuttawading. And, of course, 10-point lead to Kilsyth at Pinks over Whitehorse.
Baglava, his kick was smothered, so Park Orchards will take the clearance. 2-on-1 situation. Good punch by Mitcham, and Cherry Just sees it over the line there. Good to see Nunawading, after losing a winnable game there against Croydon North, able to hit back and potentially cause an upset against Forest Hill. But back to this game. Bagliver got the tap down. Chappell, though, was there. And Park Orchards to hand it out now to Prozenak. Well, he tried to feint the handball to no one, got tackled from the other side, ended up spilling it. And I think that's Tyg Ridley at the bottom of that one. Tackled by Smythe. Nope, sorry, that's Jacob Vipond again. Chappell gets the tap. Uren sharked it. Tackled by Munro. Ball at ground level. Real hard contest here. Parenti tackled. Sorry, that is Nick Hallow tackled. Another ball up. 20.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 65-15 here at Walker Park. Ryan Long to take over.
So, can we get another goal here for the Sharks? And just
deliberate.
Yeah, a free kick is going to be paid. So, Liam Jeffs to take this one, or instead it will be actually Whitnish who will take this about 55 out from home. And we'll probably put this in the pocket here. Got a player leading. That's where he goes. 2 Tigers fly with him. Out the bottom of the ground is Prozenak. Tries to keep it in. But instead we'll get a boundary throw in. 21 minutes gone. Third term. The Sting is out of this game. 10-5-65 Tigers. 1-9-15 the Sharks. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, Facebook and YouTube. We'll keep you updated with all the scores around the grounds this afternoon. Some interesting games to keep an eye on. As this ball deep into defence of the Tigers. Trying to grab this one, Gill. Got the handball over the top, and they do well here. Kicking out of defence is Nicholas. Bouncing footy. Bounce out of bounds in front of Marrow. And we'll get a boundary throw in on that far side. Very impressive, the Tigers. It's that form that we saw in September last year where they got on a roll and ended up knocking off the Saints in that grand final, who are undefeated, and they're going to give Park Orchards their first loss here. As Cherry got the handball off to Uren, who's been fantastic. Got it to Nick Hallow. Down the line looking for Guy Lachlan. Tries to keep this in. He does, one-handed. Kick around the corner to find Lovell. Out the back there, punch from behind Allen. And Sharks will roam on this one and go forward. Keppel flew for that one. Out the back here. Got some numbers. Running onto this Porter if he can. Picking out there was Heron for the Sharks. Porter got the handball to Nick Hallow. 16 years old, Porter. Unbelievable. Marrow at ground level. Bouncing footy towards goal. It's not quite going to make it. There in deep in defence is Livingston, who just walks that over the line for a rush behind. 10-6-66 Mitcham, 1-9-15 Park Orchards. 23 minutes gone, third term.
So how blatant do you want to be?
You just don't give points away like that. It's unnecessary.
Yeah, it is. So Price Inglis took the kick in, found its way to Munro, and then it's turned over immediately. Unless Lee saw a downfield free kick.
He got pushed in the back after the kick.
What should have been a downfield free kick. Thank you, umpire Lee Green, as Mitcham have switched it onto the other side of the ground through kicks and marks, but interrupting that play was Allen, and we'll get a throw in. More scores with BWS.
Season on the line for Doncaster East today, and they're really taking it up to Blackburn. 12-point lead out at Moreton Park. Vermont by 70 points over Norwood. We sort of expected a big win there. 23-point margin. East Ringwood still over the Hawks.
Really feels like Doncaster East. It's that situation where they left all their homework to the last moment, and now they're just trying to scramble it back to some sense of a chance at finals.
A lot of players out. O'Brien added to that list.
Yeah.
Few others, so it'd be an impressive win if they get across the line there.
Absolutely. As we're ticking towards three-quarter time here, Park Orchard still just the one goal for the whole game, not just for the quarter. Kick off the ground towards Parenti. Snap round the corner would be a fantastic goal, Jake Parenti. And that's number 4 for him. Roar. And there's the roar that we're getting so used to today at Walker Park. We've heard it 11 times.
We needed to hear it again because this quarter is very
quite static.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a quarter where we look we go to BWS for all the scores. We rely on him. He's the star of the show in this one.
Scrolling through the phone, just trying to give us any update.
Doggies have bounced back in this third term though against Berwick, and they're up by 12 points out at the Kennel.
Oh, this has happened again.
Oh, out of the middle again, Baglava. Long kick inside 50. Lovell's there, pushes his opponent in the back. And Park Orchards will get a free kick here. Livingston passes it back to the man deep into fence to take this one. And Sam Allen. So Sam Allen will clear to that far side, looking for Keppel. Two Sharks collided with each other on that contest. And one's a little worse for wear, but they've earned themselves a free kick here at halfback. Sorry, BWS.
Basie coming back against Beaconsfield. It's only an 8-point margin out there now. Montrose doing it easy. Murrelbach scooting away from the Sharks, obviously, by 4 goals. And North Ringwood and South Belgrave, 17-point lead to the Saints of the South Belgrave variety.
Thank you for the clarity there.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary side with, that's Jono with the mic now.
Glad I'm not the only one who got that wrong.
Well, that's happened 3 times in the past couple of days because Ryan, you did that on the podcast yesterday too, didn't you?
I think so.
I don't know what was wrong about it.
Go Saints.
Oh dear. So Wex in the pocket will take the.
Do you remember what you called him last time on air?
Yeah, Huey. I know. If we're pointing out flaws in our commentary, then I'm absolutely happy to own up to mine. Kick out in the full,
the
though.
X is silent.
I thought it was French. Oh dear. So, once again, Mitcham with the ball in the back pocket.
Huge lead by East Burwood over Lilydale at the moment. That's 10 goals. Heathmont and South Croydon, 13-point lead to the Blues, whilst a 25-point lead to Baronia over Ringwood. Mulgrave, they're Gonski. Templestowe running away with this one. 41-point lead, whilst the Basin are up by 11 now over the Waverley Blues.
Basin up against Waverley Blues. That could be...
Imagine the Bear Cave tonight if they get up.
Absolutely. That would be huge. So
get Gav down there with the sound effects, you reckon?
Just have to go next door.
Mitcham pushed forward on that play. It's ended up at centre half forward. Another stoppage. 73-15 as it's nearly 3/4 time. Lovell gets the tap down. Ended up in the hands of Price Inglis. Ball up.
Where does this put the Tigers in your power rankings, Jared? They've got probably have to. Will they push out the Sharks?
Well,
after this performance.
It's an interesting one. I can allow for off days in the power rankings, of course, and that might just be it for the Sharks. That might be what this is. Have to have a bit of a think about it, to be honest. I'll get back to you on that one. We'll explore that on Friday. Oh, no, we don't have a podcast on Friday because it's King's birthday.
Long weekend next week, obviously. Baldwin versus Noble Park. We'll catch all that action next weekend. As right here, the Tigers look like a chance for another goal here before 3/4 time. The kick looking for Jackson Hallow. Couldn't quite mark it. Doing well there was Hickey. Just got ball to the boot. Jackson Hallow. Oh, that's a dangerous tackle. And this will be a free kick towards Jackson Hallow. And a bit of push and shove at the moment, but the Tigers will look for goal number 12 through Hallow.
Really low scoring affair out at Wally Chew. 18-26. Oakley lead by 8 points.
Ooh, looking at Wayne Brash's stats, Wally 2, the 10th ranked ground in Division 3 for low scores.
Brash isn't impressed with the Tiger Roar out here today. He's called it very amateurish.
Oh, I disagree on that one. I like it. As Jackson Hallow will look to make it 12 for the Tigers. 11-7 at the moment. He'll come in here on 3/4 time siren. That kick is no good. Out of bounds on the full. So that is the score at 3/4 time. 11-7, 73 Mitcham. Park Orchards 1-9-15. Jared Beanland with the major goal kickers.
Jake Barenti has 4 for the Tigers. Jesse Smith has the 2. Lucas Marrow with 2 singles to Crampton. Barnes and Guy Lachlan, of course, and over to the Park Orchards. Just the 1 goal scored for them, and that was by Kieran Hickey in this quarter. We'll be back after this break for the final quarter of this Division 1 clash from Walker Park between Mitcham and Park Orchards.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastland Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Walker Park here at three-quarter time for the Eastland match of the round, and it is the Tigers 11-7-73 on their way to a big victory, 1-9-15 Park Orchards. A massive lead here for the Tigers as they look to move into second position on the ladder, dependent on a couple of results and percentage. But good to be back here with Jared Beanland, Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre. Jared, very fantastic performance from the Tigers.
Yeah, it's been excellent. It's been a complete performance as well. The midfield battle, they've won that pretty easily. The forwards are presenting really well. They're taking their opportunities. It didn't feel like they got 3 goals in that quarter, but they did. It feels like they were slowing down, but still 3 goals to come from that is excellent. Park Orchards, on the other hand, they just look all at sea, pardon the pun. It's been
one of those days, hasn't it?
It has been one of those days, and that's okay. You can allow yourself that, but it's might be a bit of a one of those situations where it hurts their mental fortitude if they go into a final against the Tigers or when they meet them again in round 18.
Yeah, it's one of those things. You'd rather this happen now than you do in grand final day like South Belgrave experienced last season. So you never know. And look, it's obviously been a disappointing result from them, but there's not much they can do about it now. It's just going to be the way they fight this out in the last quarter. What sort of performance they give. They've been better after quarter time. Even in saying that, I think their chances up forward, they haven't had high percentage shots on goal, where Mitcham have a little bit more, and then the guys, the small forwards, just crumbing at ground level have been really fantastic. And we're going to go to John O'Ven, who's down on the boundary with Paris Harvey.
Yes, I am indeed. As tough as today has been, what positives can you take out of the game so far?
For at the end?
Fair enough. But look, in terms of the coach's address, you seem to be pretty happy with that third quarter. I suppose is the aim to try and win the last?
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, they come to play and they've actually showed us what sort of good team they are. They didn't win they won the premiership last year for unknown reasons. They're actually a great team. They played good football, and it's a challenge for us. We're just going to try and win the last quarter. If we can, it'd be great. And that means we might win one quarter out of the 3. So,
Right, all the best for the final term. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much.
We'll never call him a chicken, that's for sure.
No, that's right.
Boundary.
It was great stuff there. Brett Beston.
Well, it was a pretty brave game over to Paris. Pleased it was him, not me. Neil's just asked the boys to be active around the stoppages in this last term. He's really happy with everything. He said basically just go short. He's quite happy with them just to take the short option out of defence, keep that discipline up, and basically just continue with what they're doing. And he reckons that basically, just the whole team, he's been happy with the whole team defence. Didn't really single anyone out in particular. Just delighted with the performance so far.
Thanks there to Brett Beston. Last quarter underway here. Baglava has had a fantastic game up against Chapel in the ruck. This one goes in favour of Park Orchards, looking for Ridley here. Keeps it in, hand passes it backwards. Herring comes with the kick forward, again bouncing out of bounds. And we'll get a boundary throw in inside 50 here for the Sharks.
Some Premier Division scores at three-quarter time. We have Doncaster East leading by 10 points over Blackburn. It's an 80-point lead to Vermont over Norwood. 4 goals leading East Ringwood over Rowville. Ray Baird's gone very quiet on the text, I might add. And a 4-point lead to South Croydon over very close one out there.
Jack Conlon here caught for holding the ball, and Prozanak will have a shot on goal here for their second, and gave him a bit of a push there after the tackle, and he'll have a look to put through their second. He's been pretty quiet for his standards, Michael Prozanak.
Very quiet today.
So see what he can do here and just put a bit more respect back on the scoreboard.
Really difficult
day for the club.
Sorry, Ryan. Really difficult shot here from this pocket underneath the old scoreboard. Generally, the ball will go from right to left, so it does go across the face, but he might go the Boonana here.
Yeah, we'll see what he looks like. He might just go for the drop punt.
No doubt getting all the advice required from the faithful there.
Yeah, it certainly will. Kick on its way. And no good. So minor score, 1 goal, 10-16 to Mitcham, 11-6-72. A minute and a half played in this final term, Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Not for nothing, Park Orchards have had chances. And if a couple of balls bounced a different direction, then they might have been in with a bit of an outside shot at this stage of the game. But Mitcham happy to control it out of defence here. Mark taken over by Uren. As we say goodbye to John O'Ven for the day. He's left Brett Beston on the boundary line to do solo duties for the rest of the day. That's Prozanak now gets it inside forward 50. Mark, great intercept, Mark taken in defence by Mitcham, but he's kicked it out on the full. So what he's gotten with one hand, he's given away with the boot. And he's given it over to Prunty.
Just have a shot.
Take a shot at goal.
He's not confident in this one.
Well, he's lining up side on to go the snap round the corner. This for Park Orchard's second. It was a bit narrow. Has it gone over the post? He's got it. From this angle, it looked like it might have skimmed the post, but Park Orchards get their second of the day. Well done to Tyler Prunty. And the first of the final quarter. They move to 10-22 to Mitcham, 11-6-72 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, it's an iffy one, that one. It looked pretty close. But anyway, they deserve that. They deserve that goal.
Yeah.
Brett Beston's boundary side. He had a good view.
I do have pretty dodgy eyes, it's fair to say, but I did think that just snuck in, to be honest. So when you don't listen to me, as I say, my eyes not the best, but I look pretty good to me.
Bayswater coming back hard at playing Beaconsfield today. They're only trailing by 9 points at the moment. In other games, Montrose doing it easy as Marulbach now over Doncaster and South Belgrave running away from North Ringwood.
Yeah, I did tip Bayswater as a bit of a smoker. Here comes Jesse Cherry with the handball receive. Bouncing footy falls into the lap of Marrow, who will walk into another goal. And 12-6-78 the Tigers go. Where's the roar? There it is.
Oh, I love it.
Well, Lucas Marrow did the exact same thing.
Yeah, it's deja vu.
Yeah, it is. Except at the other end of the ground. I'm impressed with that.
12-7-79 Mitcham, 2-10-22 Park Orchards. 3.5 minutes gone last quarter. It is like being at a Richmond home game with that up on the screen.
Can't say I've been to one, to be honest.
In Division 2, Eastfield are monstering Lilydale at the moment. Croydon running away with it once again from Heathmont. That game's over. 4-goal lead to Baroni over the Ringwood Redbacks. Templestowe, they've won this game. They're up by 43 points over Mulgrave. And the Waverley Blues now in front by 9 points. You can't pick it out of the Bear Cave.
Oh, wow, okay. So the Basin all of a sudden fighting for their first win of the season. So Mitcham got the clearance. Park Orchards managed to rebound from half back, and it's all ended there on the wing.
How good's the skipper been?
Yeah, excellent. Jackson Harrow to take the free kick. He's going to send it inside that 45 arc. Mark juggled though. That was Leonard off the 45. Kicks it into the hands of, I believe that's Ridley. Gets it to Keppel, who's probably been the best on for Park Orchards. If it's going to be anyone, he's got Magnano in support. Doesn't find him because he was tackled. The handball was stifled.
Such a wrong option that was. They had 4 players running across the centre half forward line. They had the numbers. Park Orchards, they've elected to go wide and they've coughed it up.
And Elms to bring it down the line once again for the Tigers. Slipped through the hands of Chappell. So, well, it's been picked up by Macricanis, who's been quiet today. Been thrown into the midfield to get him into the game a little bit. Mitcham will rebound immediately through Wex. Macricanis, well, he's got it again, but his kick was smothered by Lachlan. Bounced into the hands of Prozenak over the top now to Livingston. But
out of bounds.
Out of bounds it was.
Might actually be a free kick here coming Orchard's way.
Ray Baird's put the tissues down and finally sent through a text saying Roval's inaccurate. Is how he's described it.
Only reason.
So the free kick, it's gone the way of Livingston here. And he's tucked the mouth guard away. 13 goals for the season so far. The big forward, we've not seen too much of him today. Is he going to kick it across the face of goal? He has indeed. And it'll be, now we'll see what it'll be. Is it out of bounds on the full? It was.
All square at Wally Chew. All square at Wally Chew, 45 apiece.
Ooh.
Sylvan coming back against Coldstream, only a 7-point lead to Coldstream at the moment. So the Cats coming back there, and Surrey Park double the score of Upper Ferntree Gully. They're up by 7 goals and a 15-point lead to Knox. So Warrandyte working themselves back into the contest.
Fascinating scores around the grounds. Quite a few games still live all across the east as the ball ends up out of bounds on the full.
Park Orchards to go back inside 50 again. Probably had a lot more inside 50s than the Tigers in the second half, but the quality of them haven't been great. That's a turnover to the skipper again in Jesse Wren, who
21 inside 50s to 11 inside 50s in the second half.
Thanks, Paul. Right on cue.
Park Orchards.
Well, they just haven't used the ball well going forward.
Forest Hill are coming back into the contest. It's only a 13-point lead to Nunawading at the moment, whilst Kilsyth look like they've done enough against Whitehorse. They're up by 5 goals.
Jeez, that's a surprise. Another twist and turn of Division 4 at the moment. Baglava the tap down. Handball forward there from Jeffs. Tight in the pocket. This will go towards the direction there of Chappell, or Livingston. Fell through his hands. Deep in the pocket here. They managed to keep it in. They missed the teammate there in Magnano. As we'll get another ball up inside 50.
I think it proves that Whitehorse, they might not be able to play away from home.
They love the D.
They do love the... And that's the ball. Back to the game.
And we're off the air.
Obviously, the shape of the ground
the shape of the oval is where you're going on that. Yeah. For those who are listening and have no idea.
I only realised what I said once the box went silent.
Josh Chappell, save us. He's taken a mark, intercept mark on the wing there for Park Orchards. No one behind him. Everyone in front of him. Elms is going to set himself. Got one hand to it. Spills out the back and over the line.
I haven't gone red for ages. I don't get too embarrassed, but I've gone bright red up here in the box.
Oh, dear. Oh, it's probably the most interesting thing happening at the ground, to be honest. 78 to 22 in favour of Mitcham. Swing and a miss from Baglava. Taken away, however, by Hallow anyway. Out to Cherry, but he pushed his man in the back. Free kick's going to go the way of Liam Webb. Opportunity for the Sharks here to get another on the board. Kicks it to the top of the goal square. Is the tall timber going to fly? It's gone off hands. Oh, nearly getting a boot to it. There was Whitnish, but it was touched. So just the one behind. Got more scores, BWS?
4-point lead to Doncaster East. Blackburn are knocking on the door.
Oh, boy.
And a 34-point lead to East Ringwood. They seem to have done enough against Roval, whilst it's still a 6-point game out of the kennels. South Croydon leading Berwick by that 1 goal.
Thanks there to BWS. Jesse Aren to take the kick in here for the Tigers. Had plenty of the football this afternoon. Down the line, out the back is Smythe if he can run onto this. He does pick it up nicely, but he slips over the boundary line. And we'll get a boundary throw in right in front of us. 9.5 minutes gone, final term for the match of the round. Mitcham 12-7, Park Orchards 2-11. It's hard to believe that the result has gone this way. I don't think anyone would have been surprised if Mitcham won, but just by the margin to keep this Park Orchard side to 2 goals is very impressive as Prosnak here keeps it in, the handball backwards. Kicking it forward is Chappell, up and towards the air. Jess tried to fly for that one. Out the back, Porter tackled over the line. And we'll get a boundary throw in again, right in front of Park Orchard's box.
Game's over out at Heights Reserve. Mirrabach doing it easy over Doncaster, while South Belgrave now running away from North Ringwood, who were in the game early. Montrose doing it easy. And now Beaconsfield kicking a couple of early goals in the last. They're up by 4 against Basie.
There he is again, Uran looking for Parenti, but had 2 to beat. Out the back there was Livingston, cleaned up and looks to go towards that far side. Spiteri had a bad bounce and it fell into the hands of Conlon instead. He follows up with a good tackle and has been rewarded actually with a free kick. So Spiteri to send the Sharks inside 50 once more and looking for Keppel in front position, couldn't quite mark it. Defence has been good. Prosnak with the handball over the top. Wexton on the boundary. And no one can able to maintain possession of the football here. And 11 minutes gone. We'll get another stoppage inside 50. 55-point lead to the Tigers.
In Division 2, Eastfield by 10 goals over Lilydale. Heathmont, well, they're gone now. It's a 6-goal lead to Croydon, running away with it, as are Baronia over Ringwood. Templestowe up by 46 points over Mulgrave in the last. A 15-point lead. This is crazy. 15-point lead to the Waverley Blues now. That game has seesawed all afternoon, so the Basin might be a little bit quieter than what we thought down at the Bear Cave tonight.
I thought they were looking like a potential upset. Oh well. As always next week as the kick backwards finds Lovell and they're just really taking the sting out of this game. Not a whole lot of attacking here from the Tigers. They've had this wrapped up since quarter time. Down the line, punch from behind. Now here's a chance, going forward through Barnes, Parenti, nice little tap forward, Jesse Smythe, can take a bounce if he chooses to, kicks it into the direction of Jackson Hallow, bumped his opponent off, Guy Lachlan will walk into an open goal, bouncing it through, and the Tigers have 13-7-85 to 2-11-23. 12 and a half minutes gone, final term. And it all the roar in the background.
And it all came about from, once again, the class and the skill of Parenti, who this time he might not have marked the ball, might not have kicked it, but that timely tap, that fist that could pave the way for his teammates to run onto it and work their way forward, and then an easiest of goals in the end.
Just the little things, isn't it, that they've done really well.
Indeed.
1%ers.
Yep. As we look out the window and we see a couple of Dominarians heading home.
What did Ray call them?
Dominoes.
The dominoes are falling.
So the kick out of the centre for Mitcham was cut off immediately. So this is, I believe, Spiteri. This kick just bounced off the chest of Keppel. He retained possession though, delayed the handball, but that delay didn't help him out. Tigers were all around him. It was cut off by Cherry. He gets it back now over the top. This is Crampton kicking it towards goal, but it's gone across the face. Not across the face, it's gone too narrow to the left. And 13-8-86. Mitcham add one behind to their score to 11-23. That's Park Orchard's 13.5 minutes gone in the final quarter. Bendigo Bank's scoreboard.
Doncaster is still hanging on by 3 points in the final term. South Croydon up by 6. Berwick aren't going away.
Yeah, very interesting that one. Park Orchard's clear this one out. Almost a mark taken there by Chappell. Bounced into a teammate's hand who just sends it forward. No one takes a mark. Lovell picks it up, kicks it forward. Spiteri almost a one-handed grab. Out the back there, a little smart handball from Barnes. They link up okay here. Running onto this one, Nicholas. Finds Lachlan by himself, drops the chest mark. Spiteri there, who's been impressive, I thought, for Park Orchards across the afternoon. The Tigers with a bit of space here. Baglava just throws it on the boot, and standing in defence there, Sam Heron to take the instep mark, and he switches it to the far side. He's got Keppel all by himself. Slows it up, though, because he's got nothing in front of him. Deep towards the Macricanis direction. He gives away a free kick, so
Tunnel.
Daniel Wex to take this one, I believe, or was it just an out of bounds? It is a free kick, so Daniel Wex here for the Tigers.
So he goes laterally to Maguire. Spearing ball, and it's been cut off. Good intercept mark taken by Park Orchards. He's got options forward. Well, Ridley was there. Oh, it's come down to Parunti. Snap round the body. And he's got a goal for himself there. Taylor Parunti is second of the quarter, second of the day. And Park Orchards, third of the day. They go to 3:11:29. As someone's clapping very close to the effect mic.
Well, that was just me because no one else was doing it out there.
Fair enough. Thought there was a very enthusiastic Park Orchards fan. Very close to our
equipment. Fought hard, Prunty.
Yeah, he has. He's been good.
Probably one of their better contributors.
Blackburn have hit the front against Doncaster East. They lead by 3 points.
That season on the line there.
Indeed.
And South Croydon also scooting away. You're up by 3 goals now against Berwick.
So the Dogs almost home and at Cheong Park. It was back in the middle again. Baglava got the hit out. This kick coming in the direction of Nick Hallow. Coming in there. Magnano. Ball not coming out. Oh, yes, it is. As Hallow gets it out to that man, Barnes. Barnes inside 50. No mark taken. Park Orchards will clear this from defence, just long down the line in the direction of Keppel. Doing well behind.
Good mark.
Zach Elms to take the intercept mark, and he'll chip it towards the boundary line to Jackson Hallow, who goes backwards to Wex, who's got Guy Lachlan by himself. And Riley Nicholas, the next target, out at full back. So they're chipping it around nicely, and they've switched it to this side in Rebecca. Out at half back here for the Tigers, and instead of going back, he just goes forward in the direction of Porter. Just went through his hands. He might receive it again from the handball from Barnes, who has been pretty impressive. Back it goes to Maguire.
Gone.
He's caught for holding the ball. And a free kick here going to Macricanis. Macricanis plays on right away inside 50. A chance from behind. Mark not taken by Ridley. Out the back here, the Tigers. Through Nicholas and Wex, who cops one high. Daniel Wex, the free kick in out at back pocket. Could be a contender for an interview after the game, I think.
Oh, fantastic. Down the line he goes. The target was Lovell.
I'd like to hear from him.
Yeah, why not?
Your Bayswater Roughies not going to get up today. Sorry, Ryan. 5-goal lead to Beaconsfield at this stage.
Back into play. There's the ruck duel. Josh Chappell just took it out of the ruck and it was smothered. Oh, huge hit by Baglava there on Haythorne. Picking himself up there. That was Price Inglis as well. So still a bit of intention and intent in this game from both teams. Porter kicks it down the line, and punching it over the top was Liam Webb. But it was out in the full already, so Webb will take the free kick.
Ventry Gully by 7 points over Oakley in the last quarter out at Wally Chew.
Well, that could be big for Oakley District. If they drop that one, then it really hurts their finals chances.
Here come the Kitty Cats, 4-point lead to Coldstream. Sylvan are coming.
Oh, okay. Upsets galore in Division 3 potentially as... well, the kick inside forward 50 for Park Orchards found a contest, and it fell to ground. And another stacks on situation there. Tapped down by Park Orchards. Ripped down was one of their players. Intercept mark taken as Mitcham got the clearing kick, but Haythorne was waiting for it. Sorry, that's Sam Heron was waiting for it. High ball towards the top of the goal square. Met heavily was Lovell. Ball spills into space. Goalkeeper there for Mitcham did well after the kick off the ground from Park Orchards. and the ball was just forced over the line in a massive bodies.
Final score out at Koonung. Nunawading win by 7 points, 58 to 51 over Forest Hill this afternoon. What a great win.
Great to see them.
Well, that's
taking
just down
a
the road
scalp there as Wex goes towards Lovell. Strong hands. And he's slow to get up, but just milking time off the clock at this stage. 19.5 minutes gone last quarter. And as good as he is, he probably hasn't had a massive start to the season. So if he really gets going, that's a very dangerous sign, because arguably he's one of the best players in this competition. They go down the line here, the Tigers looking for Parenti. Out the back there, Price Inglis. He's tackled. Didn't quite get rid of it. Chance for Marrow, who's been very good himself. Handballs it in the direction of Cherry. And over the boundary line. So we'll get a boundary throw in. Coming into time on last quarter. 13-7-85, 3-12-30.
Another final score coming through at Montrose Recreation Reserve, with the Demons winning by 71 points over Wanturna South today.
Big win there for Montrose. They needed it. Probably performance-wise, the last 3 weeks haven't been overly impressive, so it's a nice one for them. This ball comes back into play here. No one able to get rid of it. We'll get another ball up. Keep those scores coming through. If you're out at the grounds, let us know where you're at.
8-point lead to Blackburn over Doncaster East. That might be enough for the Burners.
That one would hurt as Cherry over to Uren. Oh, gets past one. Have a shot. Have a shot. Jesse Uren, take a bow. And that could be the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. 14-8-92 to Park Orchard 3-11-29. He's done a bit of everything, Jesse Uren, the skipper. And what a finish that was.
Yeah, it's definitely a well-earned goal after playing a very, very good game so far.
100%.
South Croydon have run away with it now against Berwick. They're up by 5 goals, so 3 quick ones to the doggies out there at the kennel.
Interesting there. We've also got our MEGT Rookie of the Day award at the end to award, which I've done well here to highlight it this week.
Was impressed with that. Great addition.
Yes, well done, Ryan. I like that.
Been a busy week.
Hashtag pat yourself on back.
Celebrate the little wins.
Dear. So
61 points, Joe.
It's taken a while to get it back to the umpires in the centre.
We're really struggling to fill in time here.
Oh, we are. Took it about Ryan's arts and crafts project. So Baglava, he'll get the tap. And it's gone to, it's going to end up with Hallow. No, with Marrow, in fact. Big flies down there. Parenti was at ground level, hands it off. Mitcham trying to find space for another goal. Barnes, he works it out. Clever kick on the outside of the right. And now it's gone straight through the middle thanks to Smythe.
Raining goals out here at Walker Park now. They can do no wrong, and they'll be looking for the to hit the 100. So don't think they'll take the foot off the pedal anytime soon. Those under-19 boys behind the goals, they are loving every minute of this final term.
Absolutely. That's 3 weeks in a row that they've had a massive percentage boost. Don't know what it'll be up to now, but that really, really helps the side. So 67, 68, is it? 60. We've got a couple of different scores here at the moment.
Yeah, one on the scoreboard.
15-7-97 to 3-12-30 on the Mitcham scoreboard. Both of those, the electronic one and the old school scoreboard.
I've got a final score here from Wally Chew, and it's a 7-point win to the home side. Fentry Gully getting up today over Oakley after trailing at half-time, so a great effort there. 4-point lead to Coldstream. Sylvan still in the game.
There we go. So Jackson sends the Tigers deep into the attack. Parenti from behind did well to compete. Looking for Witness here. He'll be able to, actually Terran who picks it up, and that kick smothered over the line. We'll get a boundary throw in here.
Still an 8-point lead to Blackburn. 23-point lead to South Croydon over Berwick. Roeville, 24 points. 26 points they're trailing to East Ringwood.
I just decided to do some calculations.
You brought out that calculator.
For the percentage. So as it stands, it'll take Mitcham up to 143.2.
He's not just the king of the stats. He's able to work out percentage on the spot. Well done there, Paul. As Jesse Wren has earned himself a free kick and he's well in range to kick another one himself. It's probably got to be in the vote for the Sportsco Eastland best on ground. He's my 3 votes at this stage. He'll come in, kick on the way, hits the post right into the woodwork. 15-8-98. Park Orchard 3-12-30. 24 minutes gone.
I would love to see what someone would have to do at this stage of the game to knock Uren off of Ryan's 3 votes. But
I think he was also on the list for Mark of the Day. So
he's going to win just about everything at this stage.
Yeah, he'll have 3 photos taken of him. So stacks on down there. Let's go to Brett Beston.
He'll be able to have his own portfolio, Jesse Uren. Modelling portfolio.
Make sure you get his. We'll have to make sure we get his good side on each of those photos. Anyway, heavy tackle there on Prunty, but no free kick given. Mitcham will go forward again. Flick over the top from. That was Cherry, and a high up and under towards the top of the goal square. Bounce eludes absolutely everyone. Falls into the hands of McLaren Spiteri. He's going to kick a clearing one out to Ridley. Takes the mark. And he's just going to hold things up because there's barely anything forward of him for him to go to. So short little kick over to Heron. Now gets it to Magnano. Goes for a bit of a jog inside. Well, no, that kick didn't end up inside forward 50 because Kane Keppel had led all the way up. Now it's over to... Well, that was Price Inglis, but it was punched away from him. Comes back to Heron. High ball towards the pocket. And a mark taken there by Lockie Munro. And a late consolation goal on offer for the Sharks.
Yeah, that's right. 68 points. I couldn't believe it.
I know.
Jade.
That's it is disappointing, but I mean every team is entitled to have an off day. It's just a shame we happen to be here for that of Park Orchards. So coming in, Lockie Munro hasn't kicked a goal yet today, and he still hasn't. Out on the full. Very, very disappointing day for the Sharks.
Oh, look at Wexy. He just told his teammate to move away. I'll take the kick in.
He's done that full-chested as Wexy.
Move aside. He sends this one down the line. Siren's not too far away. Tom Lovell takes the mark uncontested. And he'll short chip this to Guy Lachlan. Can we get one more raw? Oh, maybe not. Turnover here for the Sharks. And Liam Webb, might just get himself a free kick for a high tackle. So Webb's in front.
Get out of the way, Besto.
Yeah, Besto, move. Comes in. Standing in front again is Tom Lovell, another big mark. And the big fella will just take another 20 seconds off the clock. Short kick forward, finds Jackson Hallow. He'll chip it backwards to Lovell. Wexy's there at full back.
Give it to him. Pad his stats.
Yeah, think about that Premier Data on Monday. As the kick down the line, Baglava. Ball comes out to Prozenak. Prozenak will send this towards the middle of Park Orchard's forward 50. Doing very well there was Livingston. Snap around the corners, a minor score though. 3-13-31 Sharks, 15-8-98 Tigers. 27.5 minutes gone last term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as BWS has gone down to ground level on the boundary with Brett Beston. I'll grab a couple of boys for interviews.
Man of many talents, BWS.
Been everywhere, hasn't he?
He's done everything. It's a bit of everything like Jesse Uren. He just needs to go out and kick a goal now.
Some final scores coming down as
and
well.
He's got the scores.
Hey.
98-point win to Vermont this afternoon over the Norwood Football Club, and waiting for the final score to come through at Moreton Park, but that's game still going. 23-point win to South Croydon today over Berwick, so good win by the Doggies.
Disappointing for the Wickers there. It looked like they had a chance partway through that game. Anyway, free kick's been picked out here to go to Tyler Prunty. Tried hard today. He has. Pack forms. Nearly a mark taken by Makrikanis, but it's spilt out now to Jackson Hallow. Kicks it over towards the boundary line. Outside of defensive 50 for Mitcham. They've won the contest here. Marrow. And now a centering ball by Bailey Cowman. Haven't called his name at all today. And then the tackle was laid by Out there
Chris
was
down.
Lachlan, I think. Let's go down to BWS again.
Division 1 final scores. Bayswater not getting the job done today, but Gallant in defeat. 32-point win to Beaconsfield today, whilst Montrose monstrous 93-point win, and Murrelbach won by 54 points at home.
The Stangs.
Wouldn't know Montrose had won. We haven't heard from Whispers.
I don't know
he's
where he's on
gone.
He's on the piss today. Down in Geelong.
Under the bus you go, Blakey.
Cherry inside 50. Out to Guy Lockley. Look at the handle over the top, and there's a siren. So Barnes, he might just put that one through almost, but it doesn't matter. The siren has gone, and there's the song. The Tigers 15-8-98 to Park Orchards 3-13-31. What a win. A statement victory, 67 points. We thought last week was a statement, but this one certainly tops that. And both the boys on the boundary will grab an interview or two here as we wrap up. But very impressive, Jared Benlin, Paul Uconi. You go back to that first quarter, the 7 goals to nothing, and after that they were just never going to be a chance.
Well, they were out here to make a statement, the Tigers. They've done exactly that, beating the previously undefeated Park Orchards team. That's a Mitcham victory through and through, I would say. It was complete. There was no specific stars. I mean, there were definitely stars out there for them, but overall it was definitely a team performance. And they absolutely made sure that Park Orchards could not play the way that they wanted to. They cut off basically every aspect of what the Sharks do well and capitalised. We'll go through the goal kickers really quickly. Jake Parenti kicked 4. Jesse Smythe with 3 in the end. Lucas Marrow also kicked 3. I was very impressed with Marrow today. Guy Lachlan, Jesse Uren, Nat Barnes and Nathan Crampton all kicked 1 each. And then over for Park Orchards, Tyler Prunty, the only multiple goal scorer with 2 in the final quarter. Kieran Hickey kicked their only other goal. And that happened in the third quarter. If you'd have told me that Park Orchards would be held goalless up to half-time on my way to the ground here today, I would have told you were stark raving mad. As I think we've got a couple of guys down on the boundary line with Brett Beston and BWS.
Yeah, thanks, boys. We've got a couple of the stars of the performance down here, Jesse Uren and, of course, Jake Parente. Jesse, what a fantastic game today. In your wildest dreams, you wouldn't have expected a first quarter like that.
Nah, it's definitely not something you plan for. Obviously, you plan to have a quick start. In our last maybe 3-4 weeks, we've responded really well after half-time, but we've sort of tried to hone in on our first half, so it was really pleasing to start like that.
Yeah, a bit of a slow start to the season, but you got a couple of losses early, but you've really hit your straps in the last month. What's been the secret?
I think just a bit of continuity. I think we were sort of having 5 or 6 guys out every single week, and the guys that were coming in were working, their butt off to try and make it work. But sometimes you just need that familiarity of playing with each other, and it's something that we've sort of had for the last 5-6 years now. So just getting that back really has been super important for us.
BWS?
Yeah, Jack, it's a great game by you boys, and especially yourself, mate. Just especially that first quarter, that first half, everything seemed to be going your way when it came down the forward line. You were just finding that space, and everything was working to plan.
Yeah, it's always a product of what's happening up the ground with me. So when the mids are on top and the backs are rolling up aggressively, it makes it easy for the forwards, and lucky to get on the end of a few today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And like the perfect play for the forwards was the small forwards. They just were able to find that position today as well. So whether or not you're taking the mark or you're the one clunking it, they're there front and centre. And there was a lot of those type of goals today.
That's our brand of footy. We don't play necessarily a pretty brand of footy going forward. If we can just get a contest, we back our smalls and our mid-sizes to compete in the air, and then we just hunt and we swarm, and that's Mitcham footy. So you saw that today.
You guys were looking for a 4-quarter performance today, and that's exactly what you put out on the park. So Neil should be pretty happy, yeah?
Yeah, he should. Hopefully shouts us a few drinks in there tonight. That'd be nice.
Yeah, bloody oath it would be nice.
Thanks, guys.
You got any more, Besto?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Jesse, that first quarter, I mean, and as I said, in your wildest dreams, you wouldn't have expected it. I mean, what do you put it down to? You came out with such a fast start.
I think just our contested work. We were really trying to emphasise our pressure and our pressure driving the sort of footy that we want to play. And it starts with the mids, and then once the mids get it in forward, the forwards lock it in, and our back six have been super all year. So for the team that's averaging 105 points a game to limit them to 31, that's a full credit to our back six.
Yeah, we found it really hard to do the votes today because it was a really all-round team performance, and one of the guys I thought that really started particularly early on was Lucas Marrow, played really well today.
Yeah, he did. It's good to have Louis back. Louis hasn't played the last couple of years, but to have his senior experience, his pressure, his work rate, he's super to have around the club.
These boys are getting a little bit cold down here, so we'll let them get back with the boys. Great effort.
Well done there to Jesse Wren, Jake Parenti doing a great job on the boundary, Ben Warren-Smith and Brett Beston, who toughed it out for all conditions this afternoon. We had rain, sun, a bit of everything, so a great effort down there for the full four-quarter performance, as we might potentially get the song down in the rooms. The boys are going to follow them off the ground. We'll go to an ad break shortly, but we'll keep talking for now. We've got the votes to give out. We've got scores around the grounds to talk about. Before we get to that, just to sort of summarise on this game, this was over by quarter time. And we always, in these sort of games, we always, sort of
we go
try
through
and
the
give it
motions
hope
a little bit, but
and talk about
Yes.
potential chance here, potential that chance if they get the next one. This game was over at quarter time, and you just saw it at, even in the second quarter. Nothing was really working for Park Orchards, and I just thought it was nothing that they were doing particularly wrong. It was just everything that Mitcham was doing was really, really strong. Their contested work, as Jesse Wren talked about, their pressure, perceived pressure, everything just went the way of the Tigers.
Well, I think I do think Park Orchards did have an off day today. They were struggling with their disposal a little bit. It's partially down to Mitcham's pressure, no doubt, but I think if Park Orchards showed up in full force today, in the best form that they could have, it wouldn't be this margin. That Park Orchards are not a team that are going to get thumped by 60-odd points just when they're playing another team that's doing well.
Here's the song.
Jesus.
Yes, very happy down there at Tigerland. 15-8, 98 to 3-13, 31. 67-point winners out here at the MCG of the East. And a fantastic performance for them. We're going to go to an ad break in just a moment here at Walker Park. Just quickly, Paul, who's in the Stats Centre today, did anything sort of stand out from you from a statistical point of view, even if it was just the first quarter when they did get on top?
Yeah, no, it was... Yeah, as you said before, it was basically done the first quarter. Mitcham smashed Park Orchards in the clearances. That's a big stat. 13-5 were the clearances. 4 marks to zip inside 50. 21-10. 21-10 inside 50s. 4 to zip inside 50 marks. And yeah, basically it was... Looking at the stats, they were fairly even, but it was the first quarter that really decided the game.
Yeah, you're 100% right. It was a 7-0-0 first quarter. We're going to go to our last ad break here. When we're back, we potentially might have another interview. If not, we'll go through the votes, the MEGT Rookie of the Day, the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground, Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day, and then look at the final scores around the grounds.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. feel good about who you bank with, try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, Walker Park. Eastland match of the round, Mitcham Park Orchards. Final score out here at the MCG of the East, 15-8-98, the Tigers to the Park Orchards Sharks, 3-13-31. Their first loss of the season. They still sit a game clear on top, but a disappointing result from them. But it did have to happen eventually. But it happened now in round 9, then a grand final. So they will take a lot of learnings out of this one as of the Tigers, just building form at the right time of year again, in some really good nick, and got some very good players to come back in the side as well. So looking forward to that. We've got our awards, of course, before we get into the scores around the grounds. Let's start with the 3 votes, or the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground Award. Our 3-2-1. Brett, we'll start with you if you're ready for your 3-2-1 votes.
Yep. One vote I gave to Lucas Marrow. I thought he was really good, particularly when the game was on the line in that first quarter. I thought he played particularly well, kicked a couple of snags as well. Jake Parente was just a force in that early stages of that game. He looked like he was going to dominate. He sort of drifted in and out of the game, but to absolute star, and no surprises, Jesse Uren. 3 votes. I thought he was brilliant.
Absolutely. Paul Uconi, your 3-2-1.
Yeah, my 1 vote goes to Jesse Smythe, 2 go to Parenti, and 3 go to Jesse Uren.
And BWS, your votes for the Sports.
Well, I echo Besto, to be honest. I thought Lucas Marrow was sensational today, and kicking 3 goals. He was pivotal up forward, working with his teammate Jake Parenti, who we had a chat with afterwards. And what a gentleman he is, and he's like a cool customer who's a very team orientated player. But the skipper takes the prize today. I would have thought 3 votes. But
it's not like you normally go very rogue with your votes.
No,
They're normally completely different to everyone else.
You see it from a different perspective, I suppose, when you call it versus special comments. But I think today was pretty. To me, it was. That's the way I saw it. And do you know what? Just being in the rooms afterwards, the scenes down there, I've never seen generally in a circle where there's a singing it. There's distractions or people or this or that. They were beaming smiles. They were so happy and so happy for each other. It was a really good thing to see down there.
Got a great culture down there. Jared Beanland, your 3 votes for the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground.
Well, my 3 and my 2 are going to be the exact same as everyone before me. It was Jesse Uren and, of course, Jake Parenti. But I thought Zach Elms was important. I think it was Jake Parenti highlighted their back 6 when you were interviewing him. And I have to agree with him that, without that back 6 holding up as well as they did, they wouldn't have repelled so many of Park Orchard's attacks in the first quarter. Ryan, what were yours?
I'm going to be copying most people here. I'll give 1 to Jesse Smythe. I'll go with Paul on that one. I thought he was pretty impressive with the 3 goals. 2 to Parenti, especially in that first quarter. He was the big target up forward that was really making the most of every opportunity. And then the 3 votes to the skipper and Jesse Wren. Absolutely fantastic. Potentially a goal of the day nomination, but because he's the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground, we're not going to give him another award. No. So he'll take home the $50 voucher for the Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day. Our Tobin Brothers goal of the day. Now, there's quite a few. I think there was. I think Jesse Uren's was pretty bloody good.
I think
down that end of the round.
I thought Parente's in the third quarter was probably worthy of a
Yep, that was
a
good.
domination. Yeah, that was pretty good.
Jesse Smythe kicked a good goal where he sharked the pack as well and kicked a good one early in the game.
Hickey kicked one for the Sharks
Hickey,
as well.
yeah, the first one for the Sharks.
Barnes was another one, but Barnes might feature in the next award, so
true.
maybe we might stick away from him.
At the end of the day, the goal of the day is the goal of the day, and Uren really did kick the goal of the day.
So he gets another voucher. Oh, he's
he might share
this.
it. You know what I mean? Like he could go. You know, what's that? It's an Eastland voucher, isn't it?
It's a Coles and Meyer gift card.
There you go. He'll buy a slab for the boys. We put it on him. That's what he's got to do.
He's a great listener of the of the broadcast and the podcast as well, so he'll like that. He likes the mentions. So there we go. Tobin Brothers goal of the day. And the Sports Go Eastland Best on Ground. So Jesse Uren's walked away with a big afternoon of awards. And then finally the MGT Rookie of the Day, which I've very nicely highlighted the names of.
That was very good.
For the Tigers, the names here who are 21 or under: Crampton, Barnes, Gill, Baldwin, Rebecca, and Mesa Porter, who's only 16 years old, by the way. As the Park Orchards, Jacob Vapond, Webb, Spiteri, Ridley, Amir, Maccanis, who won it last week or 2 weeks ago. For me, I'll put Nat Barnes as an option. I thought he was really impressive, worked hard across the afternoon.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And that's all clear for Nat Barnes, who earns himself a Bunnings voucher, $50 voucher for the youngster. Not sure if he'll if he's a tradie or if he.
His name is Barnesy. He's a working class man, isn't he?
There we go.
It's Bunnings is Disneyland for all males anyway. Let's face it.
Right. Not for me. I'm not much of a...
You'll get there. You're too young. Trust me. When you're in a long-term relationship, that's like 2 hours out of the house and it's like, just take me there.
My missus loves to go to Bunnings.
Best part of Bunnings is the sausage sizzle.
Yes, I agree with you that. Until they put the onion under the snag, and then they raise the prices on it too, so not as cheap as what it used to be. BWS has some scores around the grounds, I believe, from this afternoon's games.
Let's start with Premier Division. This one does hurt, though. But Blackburn, congratulations to the Red Jackets out at Moreton Park. 28-point winners over Doncaster East, running over them after the Lions led all day. You're a smart-ass, Lee. Out at Mullum Reserve. It was a convincing 98-point win to Vermont. That put a smile on Brush's face, while a smile turned to a frown quickly on Ray Baird's, because East Ringwood, they have won by 37 points out at Seabeck Oval.
Some angry messages coming.
With Blake Tennant getting into race, saying Ken Rove will win at home. So watch that thread's going to go for hours, let's face it.
You know, he messaged the group chat at 3:30 the other night, Ray.
South Croydon, convincing winners in the end. They ran away with it against Berwick, which was a close game all day. That was a 23-point win to the Doggies at home today, as we turn our attention to Division 1 football. And Bayswater put up a gallant fight against Beaconsfield today. Ryan Long was right on them, but they just couldn't get through to the four quarters, and a 32-point win to Beaconsfield. Well done to them. Of course, out here today, it was a convincing 67-point win by Mitcham over Park Orchards. Montrose, 93-point winners today over Wantirna South. Murrelbark, Muzzaby doing well against the Doncaster Sharks. They won by 54. There's been some big margins today, even considering the weather, while South Belgrave, they won by 29 points over North Ringwood, who early in the piece were putting up a really good fight. As we turn our attention out to Division 2 football today, where East Burwood and Spider will be happy with this one. 72-point winners they were today over the Lilydale Falcons, whilst out at Jubilee Park, it was Ringwood putting up a gallant fight against Baronia, but they failed to win the game. It was a 30-point win to the Hawks. And haven't got a final score throughout at Templestowe, but Templestowe are running away with this one. It's a 49-point lead. There's a later score we've got, so 78-29. The Basin took on the Waverley Blues today, and in the final term, the Basin were up, but the Waverley Blues have gone bang, and they have run away with this game and ended up winning by 44 points in the end.
10 goals in the last quarter, apparently.
Absolutely huge. Wow. When we look at Division 3 football, it was a 20-point win to Donvale over Fair Park in the end. A 7-point win, great win by Ferntree Gully in a tight one over Oakley, whilst in another tight game, Sylvan, they came screaming back, but they couldn't get over the line. Well done to Coldstream. They run out 4-point winners today, while Surrey Park, still we're not sure if this is a final score, but a 34-point lead they had over Upper Ferntree Gully. Well, Knox a final score against Warrandyte. They won by 40 points. As we look at the Division 4 games, and we know that Nunawading, what a fantastic win it was by them today. They won by 1 goal. Fantastic effort, whilst Kilsyth running away with it in the end, 33 points. And, of course, Scoresby, which we didn't get an update all day, but they won by 54 points over Croydon North Emlock. That wraps it up, Ryan.
I think I know what the theme of the round is in a lot of these divisions, and it's gallant losses. It's Bayswater, Sylvan, plenty there.
Fair Park. I mean, they pushed Donvale pretty close.
Yep, 20 points there. I'd call the Basin, that's a gallant loss as well, given how close it was for most of the day.
They can take some positives out of it.
For sure. And Heathmont as well, they got close at certain stages of the game against Croydon. Ringwood, another gallant defeat.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, if you want to talk about gallants, let's talk about the two blokes who had to suffer in the pouring rain. Probably going to get pleurisy, pneumonia, and whatever else you can get.
Trench foot.
No, you were very impressive, Brett. I had to say, I felt
so cold. I'm freezing.
I did when that rain came in the first quarter. I just knew he's going to kill me. He's going to kill me when he comes back up here. You did very well out in the conditions. It's wrapping it up here. We've only got a couple more minutes. A fantastic result from the Tigers, 15-8-98 to 3-13-31. Park Orchards, big winners here. And they've done it very nicely, the reigning premiers. Jared, what's on for this evening? Where are you off to?
I'm not sure.
You're working tonight? Are you?
Not working tonight. I'll be hanging out with my partner tonight. We'll decide what we do from there. Could go out, could watch the footy at some bar or something like that. We'll see.
Lovely. Ben Warren Smith.
Well, I've got to take Besto home out in the bloody middle of nowhere. So that's my night. Don't forget to get that beanie dry cleaned as well, Besto. No, it's just dropping Brett home. I'm not. Wife's gone out to a 40th tonight, so I'll go home and watch the Saints get done by 10 goals against West Coast.
No chance again. Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre as usual. What's on for this evening and the weekend? Are Swans playing this week?
No, we've got the bye.
The bye?
Yeah, so tonight I'll probably just sit back and just...
They'll hurt my Supercoach draft team, actually. I need to make a couple of changes. But great to have you on board. You've been doing percentages, been doing a bit of everything again, so great job from you. And Brett Beston, you toughed it out there. What's on for the rest of the weekend for you?
Well, I first of all want to say if you put me on the boundary next week, I'm going to split the game. No, I'm going home to watch the Mighty Cats absolutely destroy your Tigers.
Oh, it's a big derby.
Right. You just got yourself back on the boundary next week.
Yeah, should have kept quiet, man.
At least when it cracks, it can just walk home.
Big game there tonight, the Tigers. Any chance do you give us?
No. We're not exactly flying, but I think we'll get it job done.
It was great being out here because we heard the roar every time the Tigers hit the goal. We hit the Tiger theme song. I'll never hear that again for the rest of the season. So it's good being out here. Thank you to Megan Green, who also toughed out the conditions outside, doing the camera work as always. Not just to the men's, to the women's game as well earlier this morning. So a long day for her. She does a fantastic job each week. Kate Green as well, who's under the weather, who toughed it out in the boundary this morning as well. Did a fantastic job as always. Lee Green behind us. Been adding sound effects, jokes, a bit of everything from you.
Oh, yeah. Except nothing now. I've got nothing now.
He's frozen it all out. But Lee, we're running out of time here. We've got 7 seconds. So thanks for joining us here for the Eastland match around Mitcham 15-8-98. Big winners over Park Orchards 3-13-31.